That is at the core of our business philosophy.
Built to go the distance. Built to fly.
It's all about being connected. That's why SES and its partners are working together to ensure end users all have the connectivity that they need, whether they be chief executives, high-profile personalities, government officials, as well as pilots and crews. Closing the gap between life on the ground and life above the clouds.
Our mission is to connect the world with fast, reliable internet service wherever you go. We've been providing connectivity solutions for over 30 years. And the same great connectivity you expect at the office is also available at 40,000 feet. What's the secret? Capacity. Capacity matters. It's the backbone of a high-speed network. Think of it like the number of lanes on a highway. Viasat's network is like a smart superhighway with many lanes that automatically adds more when and where traffic demands. Powerful network capacity gives you higher speeds and a better in-flight internet experience. That's why capacity matters. Only Viasat offers the roadmap to the world's highest capacity, unparalleled in-flight internet experience. Demand for data is growing rapidly. Viasat will be there to meet that demand. And the equipment you install today is already forward compatible to take advantage of higher capacity and speeds. Because life and business don't stop at 40,000 feet. Viasat.
Trying to set a world record.
It's the fastest time ever to go from one place on the Earth, over both poles and back to the same point on the Earth, all in under 48 hours.
Calling themselves One More Orbit, their goal is to complete the fastest circumnavigation of the Earth via the North and South Poles in a business jet, and they're live streaming the whole thing.
We need to go far and fast. To fly around the Earth is a major undertaking. It's not something you can do by yourself.
What we were achieving was something that has never been achieved before.
The real challenge is making sure the refuels work very, very quickly.
The pit stops.
You could lose a huge amount of time if your refuel was too slow. There are no divert airfields in Antarctica in the midwinter.
Is this mission so important to me that I am happy to risk my life?
1 hour! 1 hour to take off!
And I'm such a tech nerd that yes. Yes, it is.
One of the problems with being an astronaut is that your bucket list gets too long, and there are so many beautiful places on the planet that you want to see. This is a beautiful business jet, except normally you don't live in an airplane.
Do you remember when we got ice cream on board ISS?
Yes! We chose the Kennedy Space Center as the location for our launch, where Apollo left from 50 years ago.
I didn't even know satellites could do this.
I figured you must have some engineer and some really good technical people even to make the Wi-Fi work.
One more orbit, Gulfstream G650ER is not going to slow down for anybody. Okay, so this guy is going to catch him up.
Yannicka and Magdalena are probably the only two living females on the planet that have circumnavigated the poles.
Up the most epic event in NBAA history, the 2021 NBAA Business Aviation Convention and Exhibition. NBAA Base is happening from October 12th through 14th. Join us at the new West Hall at the Las Vegas Convention Center for the first in-person industry event in nearly 2 years. NBAA Base, it's on. Visit nbaa.org/2021 for details and make plans now to attend.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome to Corporate Jet Investor Global 2021. We're delighted to have over 1,000 people joining us today. You obviously don't have to stick with us for the full 14 hours. Everything will be available to watch afterwards. Just a quick note about networking. There is group video networking available throughout the day in the networking lounge, and you can also connect with and arrange private meetings with other attendees by clicking on their profiles in the attendee list.
I'd just like to thank all our fantastic sponsors: Action Aviation, Bombardier, Stonebriar Commercial Finance, Inmarsat, Jefferies, the National Business Aviation Association, Pillsbury, Airbus Corporate Jets, Bermuda Aircraft Registry, Collins Aerospace, GE Aviation, JetHQ, JSSI, Morant, Sunset Aviation Insurance, Viasat, UAS International Trip Support, Crimson, and Vertis Aviation. Thanks so much to them. Thanks so much to our almost 70 speakers, and thanks so much to all of you for joining us. Who would have thought a year ago we'd still be unable to meet face to face, but that dawn is coming soon. So thanks so much for joining us, and we look forward to the next 14 hours of live broadcasting. And we're going to start, very excited to start at 5 p.m. in Australia, in Sydney. We're going to go straight to Good Day from Australia. And while that's on, if you'd like to vote on our poll to find out how optimistic you are. This is a really exciting session. It's the first time we've gone to Australia, so we're delighted to have Daniel Renwick of Jetcraft Asia and Darren McGoldrick of ExecuJet, both of them extremely well known in the industry. Daniel's in his what he describes as his dream job, and Darren has been at ExecuJet for 21 years looking for his next job and is still there.
Morning, afternoon.
Morning, guys.
Hello,
how are you?
Alasdair. Well, how are you?
Yeah, really well. What's going on in Australia? Darren?
Yeah, well, we're open for business, but not to the rest of the world. Unfortunately, we've got the the gate was locked, and we've obviously been restricted in what we can do in terms of our flying. But we're all still here and battling away.
And it is pretty much closed to most people from out the world at the moment.
It is. I mean, to get in and out of Australia, you certainly have to go through a lot of hoops and jump through things. So it's only approved aircraft and approved people. So that is proving quite difficult for all of the operators that did international flying. So we are essentially being restricted to a domestic market at the moment from a operational point of view.
And how big is the domestic market?
Not big enough. That said, I think for us, as I said, we've transitioned into that domestic sort of mode over the last sort of 15 months. And fortunately, activity in that market is up, but we're down significantly in terms of what we can do internationally. Still doing some, but not anywhere near enough. Yeah.
And Daniel, when it comes to selling jets, it must be really hard to sell someone on having the traditional long-range aircraft for the region if they can't fly anywhere.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Ultra long-range sales certainly fell last year. There's plenty of people ready to buy, but of course you can't use the jet for its purpose, so international travel is off the cards. In saying that, there are a couple of sales happening at the moment, and recently, I mean, we just closed on a brand new G650 ER a couple of weeks ago, and there's a few more happening at the moment. So there is that market is starting to grow again, but predominantly I would say it's supersized aircraft, so Challenger type size aircraft. That's very much in popular demand at the moment. But we've got quite a few incentives. So the Australian dollar is very strong, and there's 100% write-off on aircraft at the moment that they introduced this financial year, and that's going to be going for the next couple of years now, and we've never had that before. So there's huge demand. I mean, I'm busier than ever, and in terms of sales activity, we haven't seen the type of activities and sales we're doing since probably before the GFC. That's how strong it is at the moment.
Wow, so that's people getting aircraft in now.
Yeah, it's incredible. There's obviously people need to travel around. They don't want to fly on airlines. So we are finding a lot of first-time buyers getting into the market. And they're more in that light jet aircraft to the Challenger size aircraft and even King Airs. But then we're finding the other end of the scale where we've got aircraft owners and everyone wants to take advantage of the tax write-off. So there's a lot of deals going on for brand new planes or just upgrading to newer models.
And how hard is it to get to get an aircraft into the country? If you find one,
getting a plane into the country is not a problem at all. Crew are exempt, so there's no issues, and companies can get plans in place where the crew are allowed to self-isolate at home for the 2 weeks. So it's not really an issue. It's more of an issue when you start wanting to bring passengers in. That's where the hurdles begin.
Darren, are you seeing the same thing?
Yeah, however, there are crew are required to go into quarantine when they're flying. So some of the home quarantine that was allowed is now no longer. So that is something that has certainly placed extra burden on us being able to actually fly. So and in some cases, that's actually made it almost more competitive for a foreign aircraft to come in if you're doing a one-way drop-off or pick-up, and doing your turnaround in not having to do 14 days quarantine and then leave again. So that's actually been one of the hurdles that we do have. But Daniel's right. There is a lot of people, I think, that are looking. We've seen that quite in that same sort of market segment that he mentioned. First-time buyers, people talking about it, wanting to get into an aircraft. There's been, groups of people that have spoken, perhaps, although that is a more difficult model to try and hang together. But yeah, I think there's a lot more discussion and a lot more thought around it. There's still a lot of people that aren't taking that final step, but there's certainly at least a lot more interest. I guess if we take the charter market as a bit of a barometer for us, we've seen a 40% increase in our domestic charter activity. So it shows that there are people out there that are wanting to fly, and some of those people are new to chartering as well.
That's really exciting. What was your split between international and domestic before COVID?
We probably ran a 60-40 split. Yeah.
So it's and Darren, are you seeing corporates looking to buy aircraft, or is it all individuals at the moment?
A lot of them's individuals. There are a few of the larger companies, but they're more upgrading what they've currently got into new aircraft. But in terms of the pre-owned aircraft, I would say it's a lot more individuals at this stage, just using it for their own business purposes and private leisure travel. Like Darren said, there is a lot of domestic travel going on at the moment, which is good, and that's keeping everyone employed and busy. But we need to open up. We can fly to New Zealand sometimes, depending on which states are in lockdowns. But at the moment, where I'm in Queensland, there's green zones, and that's in New Zealand. But it's still not appropriate for a global as much. They want to go to the US and over to Europe for the summer holidays. So that market hasn't kicked off yet, and it's probably a good 12 months away. But at the same time, people understand that they need to start looking at buying their aircraft now, and they can do their refurbishments and whatever and have them by the end of the year, and then look at travelling early next year. But the ultra-long range market is still hurting, and it will for a good 12 months, I would say.
Darren, are you going for 12 months?
In Australia, that is.
Darren, are you going for 12 months before Australia opens up?
Yeah, I can't see us opening up anytime soon. When it all hit in last year, I think, we all sort of thought, 6 months and we'll all be bouncing back, and then 6 months turned into 9 months, turned into 12 months. And whilst other parts of the world have opened up, or we haven't, and that is not just here. I mean, there's throughout the greater Asia Pacific region, there's a lot of restrictions. I doubt that we'll see anything open up this year. I think it'll be out for 12 months. I think the only thing that we're likely to see is perhaps travel bubbles. The New Zealand bubble has started at the moment, and when that commenced, it was restricted to airline travel, and it wasn't inclusive of business jets, charter, private flights. So we've been lobbying pretty hard with our New Zealand friends to make sure that does open up, because that is a really important market, for the owners wanting to go there. I think it'll be an important market for charter. There's been talk that there would be a Singapore bubble at a certain point. You know, we're hopeful that all of those things will happen. I think the biggest issue that we've got is that, you know, politicians won't want to be the ones to open up and then there's another outbreak. And I think they're all scared. We've seen that domestically as well, where we've had internal state borders have been closed at different times. And so we've had a restriction even internally within Australia where we could fly. So, you know, at one point, you know, we almost were restricted to flying just within New South Wales, being Sydney based. And yeah, so that's, I can't see it. It'll be another 12 months, I think, yeah, quite easily.
Yeah, absolutely.
And talking about lobbying, there's been quite a lot of high-profile cases of celebrities going to Australia for filming and various events. Has that damaged the reputation of business aviation, or is it pretty strong in Australia?
I wouldn't say it's damaged it. If anything, it's shown the world that Australia is a great place to come to and get business moving. So if anything, it's probably done it a favour. And, you know, we have things under control here. We just can't leave the country, unfortunately. But in terms of getting around here, it's a normal life. I mean, we can go to pubs and eat at restaurants and everyone's doing the right thing. And as long as they continue to do so, things will be normal. It's just hurting travelling overseas and conducting business, but we just got to adapt to that and do what we can and get through the next year.
Darren?
Yeah, look, I think we're very thankful that Hollywood has decided to come to Australia. You know, that has been yeah, those people have been using aircraft. I agree. I don't think it's damaged it. I think if anything, it's shown that, you know, they're using it. I don't think the Australian public is worried too much about, you know, these people flying around like that. And I think they've probably realised that, you know, they've got to get around. They've got to do what they need to do. So I think it's good. It's good to see that, you know, they're here and they're using aircraft.
And Darren, vaccination isn't going as fast in Australia as it is in some countries.
No, it's not. And I think, unfortunately, it's probably a case of the fact that we've managed to control the number of cases relatively well, and therefore, you know, as a population, have we been a little bit lax in then going off and getting vaccinated as a whole. So whereas, you know, if you take the UK, you know, the ramp up was quite quick because, you know, there was a far greater outbreak, you know, across the course of time. So hopefully that does speed up. I know there's around the country, there's a lot of vaccination clinics now, and that is going to be a real telltale sign of getting us back and getting the confidence back to make sure that people are vaccinated and we can travel, certainly domestically as a starting point and then internationally as well, and, you know, with a COVID passport as such.
And are your crew desperate to get jabbed?
Look, all our crew were. We were fortunate that we were classified in the first round of workers that could get the vaccination. So yeah, all our crew took that up. Our FBO staff and most of our other staff through the business. So yeah, we've all gone and had our jabs. So
that's exciting.
Yeah.
So Daniel, the hardest question to ask throughout COVID is, when will life go back to normal? Do you see it going back to normal, or is it going to be better?
It depends, I guess, how you're defining normal. In terms of getting around, you know, your local town and going to beaches and going to music places and stuff like that, it's pretty normal. I mean, there was a big music festival not too long ago which got cancelled because there was a bit of an outbreak, but where I've been in Queensland, we've been very fortunate. We locked down for 6 weeks, and ever since then, it's been quite normal. I mean, initially we had a social distancing and only so many people in the pub, but I mean, that's all gone now. So everyone's got their apps and they all check in, and so there's very good contact tracing as a result. So it's been very normal here. But in terms of normal for business, it's certainly different because we can't go overseas and see planes. I was just doing a viewing today for a client in Asia, and they can't come and see the aircraft. So, you know, we had to do a Zoom meeting and whatnot and get around it that way. So there is ways around it that you've just got to manage like everything else, but it's not really a big problem. So in terms, I can get them out to the airport, no problems at all, and see who I need to see and conduct what business I need to conduct. So in terms of that, it's very normal. But I can't go overseas and see an aircraft. So there's two different scales, I guess, when it comes to normal or not. There's, domestically, yes, it's normal. Internationally, it's a year at least away.
Have you seen any owners going, I'm just going to get rid of my aircraft if I can't, I'm old, if I can't fly for 2 years?
No, not at all, actually. If anything, more people want to hold on to them now. It's become quite an important asset, whether it be they just want to travel to an island to get away or get out of Victoria to come up to Queensland because there's an outbreak up there, down there, for example. Or more importantly, they see it as a useful tool for business. So I'm not seeing many people in Australia wanting to sell their planes. If they're selling it, it's because they're upgrading to something else. It's definitely a buyer's market here in Australia. Everyone wants to buy and not sell.
And are you finding a shortage of aircraft? Yeah.
Look, I'm finding it extremely difficult to find planes. I mean, we're putting full retail offers in and asking prices on various aircraft, whether it be light jets and mid-size or long-range aircraft. And we're just finding the US market is incredibly strong. Europe seems to be picking up pace quite rapidly. And we're just not getting the sales. Quite often people are like, no, it's already under contract, or we've decided not to sell. Challenges, extremely difficult to find at the moment. I've got probably half a dozen people trying to find one, and that's just a typical market. Even a CJ2 Plus, for example, I've been trying to put offers in on every 2 Plus that's out in the market. So it's absolutely nuts, and that's where I go back to. I haven't seen this sort of activity since before the GFC. So it's great, don't get me wrong, but it also gets frustrating because 12 months ago we would have found those planes easily. So now we are getting to a stage where some aircraft on the market probably even increasing in value, if anything. The ultra long range I see is still depreciating, but that mid-size aircraft market seems to stabilised out and not depreciating so much. And like I said, we're putting in what they're asking and we're still getting knocked back.
Darren, so your business is tougher than Daniel's, as always. Operators always have it harder. You're having to cope with quarantine and moving crews around. When do you see it going back to normal? You think 12 months, but do you think it will go? Do you think it will go back to normal, or will you have this amazing pent-up demand?
Oh, look, I think some of the things that have been introduced over this last 12 months will be here to stay. I think and we'll just have to, as an industry, and I think just in our normal lives as we are, and when we travel around, we'll have to adapt to that. And I think we've seen that in the past when things have been introduced. There's been, whether it be security or other things. So those things are most likely going to stay in some form, and we'll adapt for that. I do think it is a slightly different, what Daniel's dealing with is a slightly different situation to what we're dealing with. And that's great that he's got those. I think that there's opportunities. Now, then the flow-on effect comes, as people start to then, buy aircraft, that's when, they're needing people to manage aircraft, operate aircraft, and then there's capacity for charter, and there's FBO movements and all those things. So it's about where you sit in the timeline for us. I think we always expected that this period was probably going to be the tough period. Last year, the Australian government stepped in. There was support, financial support for businesses, designed to keep people in their jobs, and we're proud to say that, we've still got the same number of staff that we had, when we went into this. We didn't, no one, had lost their job. And that was a really important thing for us to do. The government tap got turned off. Activity's not yet back. We knew this would be the really tough time, so we've got to ride out this next 12 months. And then I think it will come. I think, there will be demand again. People, it's not a matter of when, not a matter of if, it's when. It will come back. People will want to continue to fly internationally again. We will see owners, as Daniel's talking to, buy aircraft. So, there's lots of optimism, I think, in that sense. We've just got to tough it out for a bit longer yet.
Have you seen Australia's, a very mature, competitive business jet market? It's probably the closest to the States, I think, in many ways, around the world. Have you seen operators get into trouble and pull out?
It's not too bad. I also operate as well for Global Jet International, and it's not too bad. The bigger companies here that seem to be pretty well established now, and everyone does work together to a degree because it is a small industry. I mean, there's only probably 200 business jets here, and out of those, there's only a small pool that are available for charter and operated by companies like ExecuJet and Global Jet. I haven't really seen anyone hurt. I'm sure they were feeling the pain last year and not being able to fly their planes. But in terms of companies going bust and closing the doors, I can't recall of any. Do you, Darren?
No, I haven't. And I think everyone's just done the same thing. They've probably just said, right, we've got to just, knuckle down and get through it. And they'll do that in whichever way they need to. I have no doubt every single one of them will be hurting. And that's no different to every single one of us around the world that has probably hurt in the last, so it's not a unique story. And I think we've all known that we're in, and for the fight, we've just got to keep going. And then we'll come out of it. Exactly what our businesses look like. That will depend largely on how long it goes for. If we're still sitting here on a virtual conference in 12 months' time, then you're really going to, I think, start to see, some shake-up in some businesses, around the world.
Are you glad that this time last year you didn't know it was going to be 24 months' time?
Of course. Yes. Yeah. I don't think any of us expected it. I just really, and maybe that was, the forever optimistic aviation industry.
Yeah, absolutely.
That none of us would have ever thought that this would go as long as it has. But it is, and we're dealing with it. They're the cards that have been dealt. We just have to play.
We were all hoping to be able to travel overseas again by October this year, with the vaccine rollout and everything. And that slowed down, and that's not happening. I think the government said about a month or so ago we're probably looking at 12 months to go yet. So there's just nothing we can do about it. All we can do is hope that some bubbles will open up. Like Darren said, Singapore is certainly being talked about, and a couple other regions, and possibly the islands in the nearer future. But in terms of Europe and US, we're not holding our breath yet. We're still some time away there.
Darren, we've seen, or Daniel, both of you, Australian airlines, or the airlines in Australia are really hurting, or, Qantas is having an awful. Are there any benefits for you? Like, is it easier to find pilots? Is it easier to find maintenance?
Yeah, look, Virgin was one of the biggest airlines in Australia alongside of Qantas, and obviously they went under last year and were bought out by an American company. And a lot of my friends lost their jobs over the various airlines, and some were put on reduced pay and whatever. So the airlines is absolutely hurt. There's no question about it. A lot of them are doing the long haul flying now and just picking up the domestic. I mean, you've got 20, captains that have been in the airlines 20, 30 years now working in grocery stores. So there's not a shortage of pilots, obviously, as a result. However, they're not typed on corporate jets and they don't understand it. Flying a corporate jet's a totally different role and expectation than flying with airlines. So you still may not have, while there might be a 20,000-hour pilot, it's a totally different type of time on type. So when I'm employing guys, I'm looking at previous experience and have they had corporate jobs, because the airline guys, they have all the flight plans done for them and their load, and, they have rosters and everything. So there is pilots around, but it may not be the type of pilots you're looking for.
Darren?
Yeah, look, I tend to agree. Yeah, unfortunately, a lot of the airline guys were stood down. Not really the type of pilot we typically employ, simply for those same reasons Daniel mentioned. Interestingly, I've had a couple of former airline pilots, come with, hey, I've got 3 guys and they're going to buy a business jet, and they've got this, think it's the first concept that anyone's ever come up with, and they're just sort of trying to get as much information as they can, out of us, and it's they're looking to find work. They're trying to find ways to do that. As I said earlier, that's probably the most difficult model to try and pull in. So there's guys out there trying to cobble things together like that, but they're just trying to find work, and I can't knock anyone for that. There's certainly been plenty of CVs that have hit our desk, but unfortunately, it's not like we're employing people at the moment, in that regard. We're sort of wanting to hang on to the ones we've got and keep them as busy as we possibly can. So yeah, I do feel for those guys. We've been doing it pretty tough.
I actually put an ad out. Sorry, Alasdair. I actually put an ad out recently for a pilot, and I ended up having to pull it down after 2 days because I was just inundated by CVs. And as a pilot myself, it's just awful to see what's happened. They will come back eventually, but they've got a longer road ahead than we do. And in terms of what it's done for corporate jets, obviously there's lack of services now, so it's certainly helped the charter companies out there. There's a lot more domestic runs between Melbourne and Sydney and Brisbane, so that has helped a bit. So there has been a growth in the domestic sector with corporate aircraft, but the airlines have got a very long road to recovery.
I think last year we, particularly on the long range charter, we filled a gap, of the airlines weren't around. We did quite a reasonable amount of, call it repatriation flights. We were moving people, back to Sydney or other hub locations to connect with airlines. We were getting, people to get them home or get them wherever they needed to be, and some really sort of quiet, weird and wonderful flights that we did in strange places that we wouldn't typically go to. But this year, that's not there now. Those people who have been repatriated, they've all gone home, so that's where that gap is. And as I said, it's really just predominantly a domestic market for us at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. And we were the same in March and April. It was our record months. We've never had busier months than that. We were hiring anything we could get our hands on, whether it be a Global or Gulfstream or a 737, you name it, we're trying to get our hands on it. And so that got us through the next 6 months, which was rough.
And Darren, you've talked about aviation being optimistic. Are you hopeful that once your domestic charter, people have realised how easy it is to fly domestically? And it's worth bearing in mind that Australia is a continent. So domestic flight, we're not talking 30 minutes like you are in the UK. Or Hong Kong. Are you confident those people will stay?
Oh, I'd like to think so. I think once people have and corporates have tried charter, they tend to stay. It mightn't be that they're flying every week or every month, but on those occasions throughout the year where there's an event or something that they need to, they'll choose to do it. So I think they will. I think, hopefully we'll see those new people, continue on, and certainly the ones that, have flown through this period, I do expect we will see them continue. And if that's the case, that's good, because we have then, in this odd way, then managed to grow, a sector of the market.
We've got a great question from Robert Boltus at the European Business Aviation Association. In the US, the pilot market came back extremely quickly. Is the Australian market ready for that? Is there enough training for 2 years from now going on? Daniel?
I don't think we're ready for it. There's still a lot of guys not willing to travel to the US and Europe and do their sim training, myself included. I know, yeah, US, you're absolutely right. It's been extremely busy. A good mate of mine over there just got offered 6 jobs, and before that he was struggling. So I mean, the US market's crazy. I think it will take us some time to get guys retrained. I know some like ExecuJet and us, we've started sending guys over there already. But there are some owners that would prefer just to keep their pilots in Australia and perhaps do their training and checking on the aircraft in Australia, which insurance companies tend not to want to do. But I think we're going to have to at least do that for the next 12 months. And it's more as well that the owners don't want to send their guys to the US and Europe and wherever the sim training centres are, because they then don't want them to have to come back to Australia and not have a pilot for 2 weeks. So basically they're out of crew for a month, and they don't want to do that. They'd rather just keep them trained and current here in Australia, fly around domestically until it's safe to do so.
Darren?
Yeah, look, we are starting to send crew to the various centres for training. So we're sort of back into that training sort of routine, compared to where we were, 12 months ago.
Okay, we've got a great question from Mike Walsh, who I'm sure you will remember from Hong Kong Jet, now at the Pacific Basin Economic Council. Mike's saying, do you see some consolidation taking place in the domestic Aussie market, given the pandemic and ongoing challenges to perform internationally? Darren, are you looking to buy someone? Always.
Yeah, what's for sale and who's for sale? No, look, I do think generally this, and it'll be across the board, I don't think it'll be just restricted to our market, that I think there will be companies that, will get to a point where they'll need to consolidate. So there definitely will be. Whether it's, I'm not so sure in this market though, whether it will be specifically for Australia, but I think across globally you will see it.
Daniel, you for sale?
I mean, we're always for sale, right? Everything's always for sale. If anyone says it's not for sale, they're telling you lies.
There's always plenty of rumours, Alasdair, you know that.
Yeah, look, it's not something...
And Mike knows that. That's why he asked the question.
It's not something we're tossed up or, we're pursuing at the moment. We're flat out doing our own thing and extremely busy. So it's not even on the radar, to be honest.
So one of the big stories in the States is that Wheels Up is about to go public. And Wheels Up has said they'd be interested in entering markets like Australia. What would you say to a foreign company looking at Australia as a market?
Look,
Darren?
Well, I think as you rightly pointed out, it's a mature market for business aviation. It's been we're one of the larger markets in certainly in Asia Pacific, and there's been a lot of companies like ourselves have been operating for a long time quite successfully. So you therefore would suggest that it is a good market, and so I can see why people would look to this market.
That was very diplomatic. So you're basically saying, come over, you're welcome.
Yeah, well, I'll just say, talk to Patrick. Is that right?
Yeah. Daniel?
Yeah, look, it's never easy. I mean, I'm always encouraging growth. It means more jobs, more pilots. We own FBO, so it means more movements and more aircraft that we can charter. So, I mean, it works both ways. But if you think you can just come in and operate, you've got a long road ahead. You're probably looking at a couple of years to get up and running with the authorities and getting all your AOCs approved and whatever else. It's very costly. It's very timely. You need to have the right people, find the right staff here. It's not a 2-minute job. Like they're going to be a year in the making of it to happen, and then another couple of years on top to actually conduct it. So unless they start talking about buying another operator out and doing it that way, but it's easier said than done.
And there's also been a lot of talk about new models, jet cards, fractional, jet sharing. What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, people have talked about it for decades here. There's so many people have tried it. It's never worked. It's not like the US where you can use them for a taxi and you do one ways. Everywhere here in Australia, you're a couple of hours away unless you're flying just between Sydney, Melbourne, Brisbane. If you go to Perth, it's 5 hours. So no one's going to pay for a one-way trip and then expect their plane to come back free of charge. So unless you've got a whole heap of aircraft, it just hasn't worked. There is someone here at the moment trying to model that, and it can probably work more for a fractional ownership where you've got a mid-sized aircraft and you might get 3 or 4 owners in it that they've always toyed with the idea of buying a plane but didn't want all the outlay of costs. Sure, like that's probably going to work. Get a couple guys into a plane and just operate it. But in terms of operating multiple aircraft and setting them up around Australia, it's not really feasible. And many people have tried that model and no one's got it going yet.
Darren?
Yeah, look, I'm the same opinion. It's geographically, it's too big. You haven't got aircraft in all the locations, and you just don't have that sort of ability with all of the one ways. I think that's the other problem there. As I'd said earlier, there are people that have talked about, as Daniel said, a couple of people that trying to get into an aircraft, 2 or 3 people. It sounds good. It's logical for a number of potential buyers, but it also has its problems with, which partner calls the shots and who's got the aircraft when they want it. And so I think they are good in theory. In practice, they struggle. And I think just for those reasons of being a partnership more than anything else.
Okay, we've talked about aviation and optimism. 12 months of slog, which you've got to get through and survive. For you, Darren. Daniel, how optimistic are you about the next 12 months?
The next 12 months is going to be very good. This year, in terms of aircraft sales, this year will no doubt will be the best year we've ever had here. And I expect it to carry on for another couple of years after that. I think the OEMs, and I'm looking forward to hear from them soon, I think they'll have the same thing, because I can tell you now there's a lot of people with aircraft that are absolutely upgrading to newer models and the larger ones that have come out. And that times out perfectly for them, because you're probably looking 18 months, 2 years before delivering anyway. So if we're still locked down, then the whole world's in trouble. And of course, they're going to get the 100% write-off. So the dollar's high, the timing's perfect. It's a perfect storm for aircraft sales. So the next 3 years is going to be absolutely fantastic. And like Darren said, that's going to flow onto operators, because there's more planes here for them to operate, more planes to charter. It's good for everyone.
So if OEMs are watching this, they need to try and get someone into Australia now.
Yeah, I mean, they're here, so they've certainly got aircraft on the way. And we'll see various aircraft, whether it be Latitudes or 7500s or 6500s and Challenger 650s and whatnot. They're certainly on their way in the next couple of years.
And Darren,
so we've got a very aging fleet in Australia. We have lots of old aircraft, so I think everyone's excited to see there's going to be newer models, whether they could still be pre-owned, but perhaps Challenger 605s. And I think we're all excited to see some newer toys come in, because we're well overdue for it.
And Darren, for you, it's just plug through the next 12 months. And then I know you've come from a finance background, so you're never as optimistic.
Look, as I said, Alasdair, I think we were in for the tough slog, and I just think it's, we're in, and that's purely as an operator, a manager, a charter operator, an FBO. I think it's, we can only work with what we've got, and because we've got such big restrictions on us, I think, I think from an aircraft sales position that Daniel's talking about as well, it's a different dynamic. So yeah, we're a lot more cautious, I think, with what's ahead of us for the next 12 months because of the restrictions.
Yeah, and thank you so much. Hopefully I'll see you both in person before 12 months.
I hope so.
We hope so.
Yeah.
Australia looks very attractive at the moment after 3 lockdowns.
We're very fortunate, so I can't complain where we are.
But yeah, thank you so much, guys. Thanks so much, Daniel Renwick from Jetcraft Australia and Darren McGoldrick from ExecuJet. Thanks so much, guys.
Thanks very much.
Alasdair.
What a great start. We've only got 13 hours and 20 minutes left of CJI Global, but let's now switch to Asia. We're going to fly from Hong Kong Sorry, we're going to fly from Sydney and the Gold Coast to Hong Kong and the Philippines. We're delighted to have two representatives of the Asian Business Aviation Association, AsBAA, Anthony Lam, coming to us from Hong Kong, and Max Motschmann, coming to us from Manila. Anthony is Director of Marketing and External Affairs at AsBAA. He's got a long career in... Oh, we've got a bit of echo going on at the moment, Anthony. He's got a long career in aviation journalism, and before that he was in the US, working as and he's also a pilot and worked for the National Transportation Safety Board. Max needs no introduction, CEO of IGM Asia. Guys, how are you?
Max?
Hi, I'm fine. Good morning to Europe. Good morning to England. Hello from the Philippines, where it is about 36 degrees. Pretty hot over here, and beautiful weather, no typhoon, no nothing. So things are going fine.
No typhoon has got to be good. Anthony, how's Hong Kong?
It's fantastic. Thank you for asking, Alasdair. I also want to say thank you to, it was good to see Daniel and Darren in the previous session. Obviously, our gratitude goes out to you, Alasdair, and the CJI team, Louisa and Hannah and Rianne. Fantastic agenda and lineup so far. We're excited to be here.
So it's great to see you virtually. If I wanted to visit you in Hong Kong, is it 3 weeks now? I have to do in a hotel?
I believe so. Yes, still. Yeah.
Which is quite relaxing, but not.
You can ask Max about that. He's been on what he calls a quarantine jail, Q jail. I think he still has, what, 2 or 3 of those coming up, Max? Is that right?
Yeah, I have just come out last Saturday from a 10-day quarantine, which really works on your psycho. Especially, I have another 30 days of quarantine jail ahead of me for the rest of the year. So that shows that despite the fact that Asian business aviation is relatively slow, it shows that we are having a lot of things to do, and we keep ourselves active. We are traveling, we are meeting people, we are meeting clients, we are meeting the industry, and I'm looking forward to see everybody at the MBAA.
Anthony, talking about AsBAA, what's been your biggest challenge in the last 12 months?
I can think of quite a few. I mean, it's been quite the year, obviously. Like everyone else, AsBAA has had to adapt over the last 12 months, more than that. And we really shifted our focus, really doubled down on things that we could do. Lockdowns, obviously, travel restrictions, quarantine requirements are still largely in place all over Asia, with exception of mainland China. I think that is one area that has seen quite a few physical events, networking events. Even we're hosting, actually, AsBAA is hosting on June 30th our annual summer cocktail in Beijing for our members, and we had the same thing last year and last August. We had multiple other mainland China events last year and this year, in addition to our networking cocktails and events. And so we really doubled down on things that we could do. One really is, of course, the biggest challenge is lack of networking events. That's really been at the forefront of AsBAA, right? Really having that B2B platform to network. Obviously, A-Base was canceled for 2 years in a row. We had IOA, our own Icons of Aviation event, that was canceled. And so we decided to really go back to drawing board and see what we could do during this time. And we really identify that as education, as seminars, as bringing back our ties, our closer relations, working with the authorities for our members. And so we came up with our safety events that I'm happy to talk to you about.
Max, what's been your biggest priority with AsBAA? Oh, Max, sorry, you're on mute.
Yeah, I'm still muted. Okay, let's start. We had a pretty exciting 2 years. What we are sitting now in office, we are redoing the association's articles of association. They will be adapted to an association from a company. We have hired a COO who unfortunately had to leave us again. We got our friend Anthony online here working with us. And in the Philippines, we got the new chapter chairman who is very, very active. I must say, Captain Batrigroa is like you find a piece of gold along the beach. He is active. He gets the people in the industry and in government moving. We also had Malaysia. We had a physical or part hybrid event in Malaysia with the safety day. Singapore is still on a very strict lockdown with 3 weeks of quarantine. So it's doing fine. We could do better, but with the help of Anthony and the whole board, we are trying to make the best out of it and tell the people that business aviation in Asia is still alive. And we are just waiting for the quarantine to come down. You might have heard that Thailand is opening again its borders to tourists. Philippines, yeah, at the moment, I don't see much going on with relaxing of the quarantine situation here. However, if crews are coming in to pick up an aircraft or to deliver an aircraft, this can be done, but no real activities like before for casino flights, for leisure flights, or even business trips. Yeah, we had some flights in which were of national interest. We had quite a lot of repatriation flights from all over the world out of the Philippines in March, April, where AsBAA was prominently featured. But in general, relatively quiet in Asia because of the travel restrictions.
Anthony, you've been in the region, covering the region, business aviation region for a long time. Are you impressed at how resilient so many Asian business aviation companies have been? Because you have had, China aside, you've had very strict restrictions, very hard movement between markets.
Absolutely, Alasdair. I think it's a combination of, you have the early pioneers and entrepreneurs back to the 90s, right? That have come in, that brought in their foreign expertise into local markets, and then really identifying talents and partners locally to grow this industry. And so they planted the seeds early on, sowing the seeds, and then really nurturing this industry back some 20 odd years ago. Absolutely.
Max, are you impressed? Max, sorry, you're on mute again.
Okay.
There you go.
I know why you keep me on mute. I'm also impressed about the resilience of business aviation in Asia. Yeah, I have not seen very many aircraft under distress. I have not seen major retrenchments in companies. Yes, there is some what we call short-time work or work from home, 50% on, 50% off. It's challenging, yes, but I think once the travel restrictions and the borders are opening, it will take off like a rocket. That's my personal feeling, and I think we will have some challenges here to handle then all of the traffic which will come in on a very short notice. So I think we are all on standby, ready to go.
Historically, Asia's been a tough market for anyone in comparison to much of the rest of the world. Fewer airports, booming low-cost carriers and airlines pushing business aviation out. We've seen it happen at various airports across the region. Is this a time to reset, Max, or do you see that continuing to be the problem for everyone in the region?
Okay, let's put it like this. The airline traffic is not really picking up. Very heavy. I personally don't think that we will be in Asia until 2025 at the level of 2019 air traffic movements. Yes, there will be restrictions again imposed, I'm sure, once they see that airlines are flying more. But we in AsBAA, from the board as well as from our governors, are very well in touch with the authorities, and with the first indications we had one here in the Philippines that they wanted to put a restriction on to business aviation / general aviation. Our chapter chairman right away got active, and that restriction was immediately put aside. So you still have the usual slot procedures and runway slot procedures to follow when you apply for flights, but there is no way that they stop you from flying. But again, things could change overnight. We do not know. The casinos are partially open, but mostly for locals. There are no high rollers coming in. And the hotels, the resorts are open, but also only for local tourists. Restrictions in general is across the border in Asia is very tough. Very, very, very tough. It has only been very recently, for example, in the Philippines, it started on May 1, that permanent resident could go out. What is more worrying right now than the restrictions are the restrictions on pilots, on work visa for pilots. This is really a major headache. We are experiencing this in Hong Kong, and Anthony can tell you more about it. We are experiencing this in Singapore, and we expect this also to hit other countries, because the pilots unions, ALPAP, etc., are saying, why do we need foreign pilots if we have so many local pilots unemployed? So, Anthony, maybe you can give a little bit more background on this, because you are really sitting in the middle of the frying pan in Hong Kong, where the issue has really hit the fan.
Absolutely, Max. I think I've been fried medium well by now, if not well. This has been an ongoing issue that AsBAA has been tackling the last, I would say, half year, more actively in the last 2 months. We've been in heavy dialogue with the Hong Kong Security Bureau, Department of Immigration, Transport and Housing Bureau, also our Legislative Council on one issue, and that is the non-renewals of business aircraft pilots' employment visas. Okay, this is severely disrupting operations in Hong Kong. We're seeing the same pattern in Southeast Asia, starting in Singapore already and creeping over to Malaysia. With all the layoffs of airline pilots, namely, let's say Cathay Dragon, we're seeing hundreds more laid off just last week with one other local airline here in Hong Kong. There's quite frankly heavy counter lobbying from their pilot unions, from their groups, potentially against business aviation. And so, we have an obligation here to help educate the authorities the differences between what's required and what's needed for a airline operation versus the flight deck of, let's say, a Gulfstream or Bombardier Falcon, what have you. This has been a major dialogue. It's involved IBAC as well. We're getting some good news in the last 2 weeks, some positive response finally. But we see this as an ongoing issue that's severely disrupting the end users ultimately.
So that's a tough fight where the airlines are against you, and they're helping you when you're fighting against quarantine restrictions on pilots.
I would say so. I would say, yeah. I would say in some instances we are fighting together for things like quarantine procedures, travel restrictions, and such. But when it comes to perhaps job security, then it's a different matter. Then we're going to look at typewriting. We'll look at soft skills for the pilots, and so because of that, AsBAA has also realized we've not been equipped previously. Primarily because we've been a volunteer-run organization until last year, that we have now approved by the board of directors very recently the launch of AsBAA's first Flight Crew Affairs Committee. And so that committee will be here for the long run to help combat regulatory affairs, operational matters on behalf of our pilots.
Okay, final question from me. What's your biggest priority for AsBAA in the next 12 months, Max?
First of all, we need to assist our operators to get their pilot requirements. Yeah, we cannot let our operators be sitting, groping in the dark, fishing in murky water to get the licenses or to get the visas of the pilots extended. This is the biggest challenge what we have. The second biggest challenge what we have in the region is the quarantine and entry restrictions. So we have to find ways and means to educate the authorities how pilots can come in and how pilots will go out. Yeah, and that pilots can also be very good, let's call it ambassadors of goodwill, to show to the world that we can travel again. Yeah, we can move through this world freely, and we have to assist. So in our opinion in AsBAA right now, we have to assist the operators, because once the operators are flying and borders are open, things will take off pretty fast. So this is, in my opinion, the biggest challenge. Anthony.
Thank you, Max, and Alasdair for the question. Thinking back, AsBAA covers some, 18 countries, something like that, Alasdair. And I was just looking at our Articles Association today. Looking at the countries that we cover, and there's no one-size-fits-all solution, right? We are here to tailor solutions to every individual chapter through working closely with our chapter heads. Patrick Rowe was just mentioned from a Philippines chapter as one example that has helped grow our Philippines chapter, and same with the Singapore, Malaysia chapters as well. And so I think our biggest challenge ahead is really to reorganize at an executive team level and our BOGs and our chapter heads to effectively interact with our stakeholders. How are we tailoring solutions on a per country level? Previously, I think it was done more of an umbrella, perhaps a loosely fitted one size fits all solution. But now I think going forward, we will tighten up the structure and can think and act much farther ahead with the longer term vision.
And it is hard, isn't it? You've got 17 countries. You've got one which is doing fantastically. You've got
exactly
which is locked down.
Exactly. They're scattered. They're all in different stages of development, different stages of maturity, different cultures and different languages. And so that, I think, that remains to be the long-term challenge. But it has started. It starts now, where we're defining those structures.
And we've got hundreds of people watching now. What can they do to help AsBAA apart from joining?
Well, first, Max, please.
Talk to your regulators. This is really the biggest challenge. if we look at the various countries, what the regulators are doing right now, how they are regulating aviation safety, I'm not very happy. Yeah.
Okay.
Especially
Anthony, that's a regulator calling you. Anthony?
Yes. Well, here's the thing. We don't obviously have networking events aside from China. What we do have are ever closer relationships with the authorities that we're working with, right? And so do participate in our events that involves these regulators, that involves these authorities, and be our event speakers, be our speakers, be our guests, join our events, right? And if you like what you see, join us.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Max. Thanks so much, Anthony. Fantastic seeing you both. I'd like to thank all of today's speakers, as well as these two. Fantastic intro to Asia with AsBAA, which we're about to follow up on. Thanks to all our sponsors, including Inmarsat, and here's a quick message from them.
Built to go the distance. Built to fly.
Welcome back to Corporate Jet Investor Global 2021. We hope you've been with us for the last hour. If not, that's fine, but please don't leave us for the next 13. I'm delighted to hand over now to Mike Walsh, CEO and board advisor of the Pacific Basin Economic Council. And before that, Mike had 20 years in business aviation. We're still in business aviation, including CEO of Hong Kong Jet. He worked in charter, he's worked in operators. Needs no introduction. Mike, how are you?
I'm very well, Alasdair. Yeah, still stuck in Hong Kong.
Still stuck in London. Mike, great to see you. I'm going to hand over. You've got a fantastic panel. Thanks so much for doing this.
No problem. Well, welcome everybody. And once again, thank you to CJI Global for inviting us to chair this next panel. And I'm really honoured to have 3, if not 4, of the major figureheads, if you like, in the region who really don't need any introduction, but I'm going to introduce them anyway. I'm going to, first of all, say hello to Jenny Lowe, Group President of Sino Jet. We got Gary Dolski, CEO at MetroJet. We got Jolie Howard, CEO now at Le Voyage, and Carlos, obviously Managing Director in UAS. Operations Director, I should say, in Beijing. So we've got Beijing, Hong Kong, and I think that's it. Because Jenny, you're back from China now, right? You're safely back. I am. You can even maybe touch upon what that was like trying to get back to Hong Kong, and of course Gary in Europe at the moment.
Yes. Yeah. Enjoying it. Enjoying nice break.
Yeah. So basically, our panel today is really talking about operating in Asia. And obviously having 3 operators and 1 former operator head on the panel, I think it's poignant to be talking about the challenges as well as the opportunities that are coming our way. But before I do that, I'm going to mention I've asked to have a poll question put up to the audience, just to have one engagement instead of what we talked about previously, to have it at the end for you guys to answer. I'm going to allow the audience now to answer instead. So the question is, what does the business aviation industry in Asia need to prioritize to help realize the next growth cycle that we all predict? So it's a multi-option answer, and you've got a choice there. So we'll come back to it at the end to see which one was voted for the most. So if you have the chance, dear audience, please participate. So what I'd like to do is come to Carlos first, because following on from the first 2 sessions, they've been talking obviously about some of the challenges both in the Australian market, operations, tough times for operators with no real international traffic allowed, but buyers are quite active. Whilst at the same time they mentioned, on the last panel with AsBAA, that events are being able to be done in mainland China face to face, and there's been a lot of resilience. Not too many companies necessarily going out of business that I'm aware of. But obviously, the longer it goes on, these border restrictions, then more of those pressures will come. So, Carlos, could you share from a UAS perspective, being based in Beijing, what have been some of the key challenges you've had to address on behalf of your clients over the last 12 months? And where do you see some of these challenges continuing or being resolved in the short term going forward? Carlos.
Yes. Thanks, Mike. Well, as I said, being in China, we were facing special problems and issues which maybe other countries or parts of Asia are not facing. I think we still have the strictest regime here of entry, exit, and quarantine, and also testing before anyone comes to China, even if it's on a commercial or private. So the really test that people need to do and what they need to do is here.
Carlos, can we perhaps come back to you in a minute, because we're finding it hard to hear you. It's a bit breaking up. So if you stand by, we'll come back to you and see if it improves a little bit. But so just to keep it moving, I'm going to now turn quickly to Jenny, because Jenny, we talked about it last week actually in our sort of preparation session. You're in a unique position, one big foot in China mainland and the other in international operations. I think it'd be really nice for the audience to sort of get sort of the latest what's going on in mainland China. You know, sometimes we can be a little bit detached, which I think Jolie is also going to be talking about the importance of, you know, addressing that risk of detachment. But can you talk a little bit about where are the gaps? Is there a shortage of charter available aircraft for the domestic demand that's ongoing, and some of the infrastructure development you're seeing as well in mainland China? And, you know, finally, a little bit about your ventures into Southeast Asia with opening your Singapore office and Macau. Thanks, Jenny.
Okay, thank you, Mike, for these wonderful questions. And hello, everyone. This is Jenny Lau from Sino Jet. So speaking of the operational condition in China right now, the charter market is very, very strong because international flights are pretty much stopped from going in and out of China. So going out of China is still a little bit more active, but then coming into China because of the COVID situation, China has pretty much closed its borders for international flights via private jets. But for the past year, we see a lot of challenges in terms of the crew visa issue, quarantine issue, and now people are getting vaccination, but it's still not enough to open up the borders. But the demand in China is really strong, especially for people who are buying long-haul planes, those G550s, and then the Global 7500, and the 10X is becoming a very hot topic coming into the market. So a lot of requests are coming from the big tycoons who are thinking about buying airplanes. Speaking of the infrastructure building in China, there are a lot of opportunities happening here because in the Greater Bay Area, the government proposed to reform the low altitude aerospace management and accelerate the development of general aviation. So there are a lot of helicopter operations are being built, the helipads. And they're doing some in-between cities transits for the helicopter to connect the cities together. So I see a lot of development in that area, and also Hainan province is trying to develop the whole province to be an international transportation hub. And in June, just of this month, currently, that the government announced its plans to invest 220 billion RMB by 2025 to build the province to become more international, to attract tourism, modern services, and high-tech industries. So there are a lot of areas we can think of and to go into Hainan province. Speaking of Sino Jet's footprints into Southeast Asia, we still think it's a very strong market. That's why we opened up our Singapore office in 2019, and we were lucky enough to partner with Macau BAC to win the bid for the FBO in Macau and trying to operate there in the next few years. So I do see that the borders being open perhaps by the end of this year or at the beginning of next year. And there are going to be more traffics between mainland China and Southeast Asia first, I believe, and then gradually opens up for Europe and US market. So that's a little bit of recap from my side.
Thanks, Jolie. And you mentioned before it's kind of managing assets outside of China with Chinese characteristics, which I think is a key area we'll talk about more, and I think Jolie will also talk about that in a second. But next, I want to come to Gary. And Gary, obviously we've heard from previous speakers and a little bit from Carlos before he broke up was the challenges operationally. And obviously you've now opened a fantastic facility, a brand new facility in Clark in the Philippines, but obviously with some of the COVID ongoing, there's been some challenges, no doubt, but the long-term view is very positive, isn't it, Gary, for that facility and for the region? You know, there's as more customer service orientated services post-selling it becomes available. It's so important to generate more sales for the OEMs, right?
Very, very much so. And, you know, so first of all, hello, everyone. Michael, thank you very much for chairing this session, and Carlos, Jenny, and Jolie. Nice meeting you again. So here's the interesting point. I think all of us would look back pre-COVID. We all thought we had issues. We all thought we had challenges. I can't even remember what those were anymore in light of what's going on. The good news, though, is that we're responding, we're developing. We still have some issues, obviously. If you take a look specifically in Hong Kong and Singapore, Michael, in that there is no domestic travel. Everything's international. So that obviously gives us a lot of issues in terms of where we can fly. We're very happy that we've just recently opened our brand new facility in Clark in the Philippines. And timing is actually good on one hand, not so good on the other. The good news is it's a wonderful facility with a lot of the aircraft not currently flying. It's a wonderful alternative, a less expensive alternative to be able to park. It's a very well protected area. So when aircraft aren't flying, they obviously break. It's good to protect them. So unfortunately in the region, there's a lot of corrosion, corrosive environments. So facilities such as ours give a very good option to many of the customers. What we do need to look at, and it was mentioned in the previous discussions as well, we need to be able to, and I think Jenny just said as well, the skies will open up again. It's just a matter of when and at what time. We do need to get some herd immunity in place around the world. We need the borders to open up. I think as soon as there's a digital health passport developed, will benefit everyone. We need to get control on the whole quarantine period. Those individuals that have been vaccinated, can we reduce their quarantine period? Obviously, all the high net worth individuals that we have that want to fly around with the quarantine restrictions, they won't be flying around. But as soon as this starts opening up, I think we'll see some benefits going there. What this environment has also shown us is how important it is that we work with our partners, and partners are our OEMs as well as our competitors and our suppliers. The level of support that we now have to give, not that it wasn't high before, but we have to raise that standard again. So even though COVID has created a lot of issues for us, it's caused us to take a look in the mirror and say, how do we improve on things? So I'm actually quite optimistic that we'll be able to get there. Jenny also touched base very quickly on the growing charter market. You know, in this COVID environment, there's a lot more millionaires that have come into play, and they will look at going into the charter market. So between the charter, fractional ownership, and such, there's a lot of opportunities for all of us to help us serve some new clients.
Yeah, thanks, Gary. And so bringing in Jolie here now. Gary touched upon there at the end the sort of what we all expect, to be honest, the pent-up demand for charter, and potentially, new local entrants who are making inquiries about charter, but also for buying used aircraft. So the Hong Kong market alone is obviously becoming a bit smaller compared to mainland China already. So you at La Voyage now, is your focus turning north more and more? And what is the difference in domestic consumption and customer behavior of a mainland Chinese billionaire versus anywhere else? Or, is everyone similar needs? Could you share some of your thoughts, Jolie?
Sure. Thanks, Mike, and hello, everyone. I think for us, at La Voyage, we're able to see actually a much broader, spectrum of what's going on in Asia Pacific market. So, we do activities. Although we are headquartered in Hong Kong, but our activity actually across many different countries. Recently we're also busy with flight originating from Taiwan, for example, with lots of demand there. And then of course domestic China, like what Jenny described earlier, is the demand, very busy for domestic. And right now the only people who can support are the domestic aircraft, and there's not enough charter airplane there. Activity we also see is, people going from one country to the other, like from Hong Kong to Korea or from Japan outside to others. So I'm not saying these are, with the restriction, it's still very limited activity. Obviously, we would like to see more, but what we're seeing is the demand is growing across the whole Asia Pacific. So are we looking at North? I think we're looking at all different, market segments across in Asia Pacific region. There are Vietnam, there are Cambodia as well. So I think, what we're seeing is really the new demand coming into charter, and the new entrants coming into charter. We do have a lots of inquiry from people, they have not done charter flight before. So, we are seeing that demand, that also probably due to the restriction on some of the commercial airline schedule not being available. So, I think from our perspective is, we are trying to be creative on what solution we can provide as a result of all these restrictions, and what we can do more for our customer across Asia Pacific.
And Jolie, before I let you have a rest a second, you really brought up a really nice phrase last Friday when we spoke, and you mentioned the risk of detachment from the China market. Can you just go into a little bit more about what you mean by that in the current situation that we face?
Yeah, sure. I think what we're seeing right now, China is very active with the rest outside, whether it's Macau or Hong Kong or, many other countries are very restricted. And even for Singapore or for Malaysia, they cannot do flights across, Vietnam is closed. So there's a lot of, those restrictions. So with China being, still very big market, with lots of domestic consumption. So, there's a lot happening with, what they're doing. They're pushing for lots of domestic focus right now. So, and you will see a lot of business will continue to focus on building the domestic side, domestic consumption, domestic customer. They are moving forward with focusing inside, because with the restriction right now, whether it's COVID or political reason, that they have been somewhat isolated. So what we're seeing is a lot happening within. And when people located outside or business located outside or trying to do business with mainland China, they really need to be aware of what is happening. The change of potential customer behavior is happening. The type of business that being offered, or the demand for these Chinese customers from very wealthy to general mass public. They are really shifting and changing to their demand on those products that they've been used to. So, I think the detachment is getting bigger generally, so I think it's important for businesses to focus on, to pay attention if this is still the market they want to continue to develop. So that part is very important. So for us, we obviously being close enough to know what's happening with a customer coming from there. But I think for other business, particularly if you don't have legs on the ground, now it could be a potential risk, but not knowing what's happening.
So I'm going to try and bring in Carlos again now, because we had some technical issues earlier. So Carlos, if you're able to unmute yourself, and just going to ask you really about are you seeing, from your position in Beijing, an increase of business scope from both, your customers? Because you obviously don't just deal with business aviation, but also with the cargo operators as well. And I'm just wondering, are you seeing more of those outsourcing the tasks, especially with some of the challenges to trip support companies like UAS? And do you see even more emphasis on why it's important to have a local presence?
Yeah. Thank you, Mike. So I hope the connection is better now. So yes, definitely. Thanks. We have seen that, and because what was happening at the darkest days of the pandemic, our clients in both commercial and also business aviation, they were desperately looking for additional capacity to support their ops teams or their offices in different tasks. So a lot of them have reached out to us in urgent situations when they were in lockdown, or when a lot of staff of them was infected or not able to reach the office or not able to work. So I think this showed to the industry how important those service providers are, like we are, or the mature ones who have a strong local presence and can instantly jump in, pick up a task, and finish it. So I think outsourcing was always in the mind of many operators before the pandemic, but I think what you have seen here now, aside of the financial benefits, which you will have as well, more and more we'll see the benefits, and then we'll more look into that. Strong partnerships are needed so that the counterpart also understands that the operational procedures, the AOC management procedures of the operator. So I think in future there will be a closer cooperation with many.
Okay, and sort of coming back now around to Jenny, we talked a little bit about technology earlier in our earlier discussions, and in particular, the means of communication that in China, again, is a little bit different to maybe the rest of the world in terms of the use of applications like WeChat, for instance, which in the US or Europe, they may not have even heard of it. But WeChat is literally the only means of communications in some parts of China when it's dealing with the operational side. And, it touches on the point of that detachment conversation that Jolie's raised. So just want to talk about, if you can talk a little bit about the dual circulation economy that was announced by Xi Jinping, and how that feeds into everything, including business aviation and how you conduct your business. Over to you, Jenny.
Okay, thank you, Mike. You're right. In China, everyone uses WeChat as the main communication tool. And we are a little bit disconnected from the rest of the world because of that application tool is so convenient, and we're putting everything on it. When I spent almost half a year in mainland China, I never see a paper bill. I always bring my phone to all the stores and use my WeChat to pay for everything. And that's my main communication tool with my team and my clients. So like what Jolie said, it's a little bit disconnected from both sides, but if the rest of the world wants to get into China market, that probably is one of the major tool or communication application that you need to download and start using it. But on your second point, Mike, what Mr. President Xi Jinping was saying is that we in China is trying to build, I guess, a global image where we welcome all business partners to come here and learn about the real China, what about the development that the government and the local business people are doing, as well as the structure here is not the same as in the US or Europe because of our cultures and values and our economic standpoints as where we're standing right now. But it really is giving us a lot of thoughts and creativity that you can make here in this developing country that so many opportunities are popping up, and the population is huge, and the demand for everything pretty much is huge. And so technology advancement is one of the main points where we're trying to make a focus on, and trying to let the world see what China is doing and where we stand. So I do see that tagging along with business aviation, because the business tycoons, what they're doing is enhancing the business that they do to the global market. And what we do as operators is that we're trying to save them time and make their time to be used more on the efficient way, rather than going through a large queue and long waiting time in the terminal. So it's really make a good use of the time machine. That's what our operators are trying to do for this market. So I guess we're making a little contribution in that area, and hoping that the government can realize that and giving us more support on the general aviation side, and opening up more of the aerospace as well as infrastructure and the human resources to support this market. Really what we're doing is to make things more efficient.
And Jenny, we talked a bit, I mean, we've been talking about China, obviously, because China is by fleet size the largest market. We heard from Australia earlier, but China really has grown its fleet. And according to the Asian Sky Group's fleet report for 2020, the overall fleet size increased for the first time in 3 or 4 years, which was a bit of a surprise during a pandemic year. And there is, different rumors of well, maybe some of those aircraft are parked in the US still, but they're still under a China ownership. But there is demand, right? I mean, we talked about it. What is the types of aircraft that people are inquiring with your company, Jenny? Just quickly to answer that. What is the favored types you're seeing?
As I said in the previous conversation, that the Global 7500 are very popular. A lot of people are demanding for that, and the Gulfstream 650, 550, and 700 are very popular, and the Dassault 7X, 8X, and 10X now are in hot demand from the clients, and basically they're all looking for international long-haul flights that can support their trips in the future. So I think it's great that a lot of business tycoons are realizing using private jet is really enhancing their use of time. And compared to the US market, although China market for business jet is the largest in Asia, but is still very small in comparison to the rest of the world. So there's a lot of opportunities that we can look forward to, and to support this demand in the future.
Thanks, Jenny. So Gary, turning to you again, COVID, in some ways, the time was being used by many like yourself to look at improvements in inefficiencies in the processes. But, you touched upon with us, last week about now, accommodating remote work practices, and still been able to deliver a fantastic product. But what about the risks? Things like cyber attacks. We've seen some ransomware demands going on. Business aviation is not, naive to that. We need to be aware of that. We're dealing with, pretty sensitive data, right?
Absolutely, and it's interesting because it's not only the internal data that we have within our company, but equally as much, if not more, in terms of importance, is the data from our customers. So client list, who's traveling, all of that data, absolutely key. So whereas before, I'm sure a lot of companies like ourselves, you were looking at more of the standard infrastructure that we would have in terms of physical infrastructure, buildings and such. Now what we're looking at is, how do we expand that? How do we look at more remote offices? What protection do we have to put into place? Very quickly when the pandemic hit, once we made sure that the staff are safe and that we haven't laid off people, we protected jobs, our customers are fine, PPE's been distributed. Now that they're working at home, we obviously ran into some inefficiencies through that process. We worked it, we honed it. I think we do a very good job on it. It will have an impact on us going forward for the next 10, 20 years. So the new norm will have to accommodate a work at home, a work at work, and how do we protect the data for our clients? So we've actually launched, and it was based on an interesting discussion I had with a gentleman by the name of Mark Duffy from Ryanair about 9 months ago on how Ryanair on the commercial side in Europe manages just about everything remotely and people work out of home. We've taken that information. We started a project with our high potentials, our young, long gray-haired people that'll be around for the next 10, 15 years, our next generation office concept. What should we look like for the next 10 years? And should we be putting screens in our staff's home because they're going to be working more at home? Should we be looking at covering their 5G service? Should we be looking at working more hot desks? Because in Hong Kong, sometimes the homes are smaller and you're having 3 or 4 people working at a desk. The staff need to get out of their home, but to come all the way to Tung Chung may be too far. So do we set up some remote offices throughout Hong Kong? Can we move certain services from our head office to the hangar? Can we move some work over to our Clark facility at a lower cost provider? So it's really taking a look at how do we do all that work, but again, protect all of the data that we have to. So the money that we would have been spending on some physical real estate, we're now looking at investing into systems, into apps, into protection. So very, very key, and I'm sure everyone else in our industry is finding the same thing. The new norm, it actually works. People now can get an extra 2 hours a day if they're not traveling. They can save money on food. They can save money on transportation. It's time. So how do we actually take some of that money, put it back to the employees and develop a safer spectrum for all of us to work on it?
And coming back to Jolie now, I wanted to further cover your own thoughts on where you see our industry heading. Is it ripe for a further round of consolidation? I raised the question with the Australians. They felt that eventually there will be, but maybe not so much in the Australian domestic market, but more on a global level. But do you see that in this region? And you talked previous to me about the scalability factor in digital adoption. I ran the poll numbers, and it's funny, digital transformation adoption was the lowest scoring one, which seems to me that we do think that this industry still very much so is a people business, but the technology part is a tool. But then we heard from Jenny, China is in some ways way ahead in a lot of areas on technology adoption. So where is the industry today, not just in technology, but in general, human factors, booking and flight monitoring processes and stuff like that?
I think, our industry is still, for Asia Pacific in particular, because the market are so diverse, I think, there's a big pulse on also saying, regulation difference are one of the biggest challenge for us, because once you do a trip from Hong Kong to Maldives, how many airspace you go to, how many flight plan you have to do, how long it's going to take, so many airspace you passing through. So, I think we still very much, as an industry in Asia, we are having such a diverse environment. So what happened is our costs add up because everything has to be done manually. There's no one common system we can do things. So everything needs to be done manually. So if you are a small operator, few airplanes, your priority may not be putting on in technology because you just want to have a system that can actually fly those few airplanes. But if you are a big operator, you want to have more standardization. You want to have more streamlined processes, procedures, so that you will embrace more on technology. So I think the trend is going at more diversified, many products becoming more commoditized. So, clients going to be a lot choosier, because if you don't have something to differentiate yourself, I think in terms of how you operate the airplane, how you do your handling, if everybody is going to grow in their own way, trying to cope with, the customer they can get. So I think the big part definitely is to have more streamline in terms of our regulations, so that we could actually fly from A to B easier, quicker. So I think this is one thing that we suffer the most. So the industry does need a lot of effort lobbying into recognizing our industry, and at the same time is also how you collaborate in terms of leveraging resources with each other. When it's from small operator to bigger operator, it's going to have even further differentiations in terms of what you can do and what value you can add for your clients. So the scalability is a key for a business to be profitable. You can be profitable with small fleet, but then you also have limitation to grow. So of course everybody's goals are different in their business. So I think what we're seeing is it's going to have more that the people customers going to want to choose more. It's going to be more difficult to identify yourself and to be to be different. So I think that's what we're seeing in Asia. It's going to be more players, but I think it will be consolidation. People can actually leverage all their resources to make it into competitive in certain areas. So I don't think just by being fragmented in the market is the only way to go, but it will be consolidation in some ways.
And Carlos, we're coming into the last few minutes now of our session already. Time flies when we're having fun, but continuing on the technology play for a second, where do you see technology playing a part in maybe cutting out the number of brokers that today exist in the whole supply chain, whether it's mum and pop shop trip support companies across China that you see, or even Southeast Asia? Do you see UAS's evolution and other softwares becoming the missing link, if you like, in the puzzle? You're on mute, Carlos. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Yes. I think this is a very important part here in China, and that's why we are focusing on that as well. Because as you mentioned, there was too many small companies, mushroom companies in the industry popping up. And slowing down everything and making, at the end, everything more expensive. So even China having a rising number of millionaires, billionaires, but also here they are starting to look at the numbers. They're starting to make their calculations and then ask why is it so expensive. So there's a young generation coming up in China. They are well educated and they don't think spending money is the right way. So they analyze all that. And the only way to convince them in future will be to offer competitive technologies where they see, okay, what I'm asking is provided straightforward and not too many people involved, and then not too much money flowing out. So this will be the future. And as Jenny mentioned, what the issue is that the technology approach, the culture here is different. So what we think or what works well outside China does not work well here. Just an example, most of companies don't even offer websites because everything is handled through one app like WeChat.
Yeah.
So it's a long process, but very, very important.
So just to summarize then, sort of just bring it all together, sort of takeaways, if you want to be still in China, remain relevant in China, you need to be fully up to date on all the new marketing requirements and get your WeChat marketing strategy in place. You don't need a website anymore in China. You just need WeChat. And outside of China, you need everything else. And so in some ways, it is that dual circulation we mentioned. It's actually a physical thing you need to think about if you want to be in the China market as well as be a global player. Obviously, we didn't really talk too much about Southeast Asia too much, but pre-COVID, that was a growing sector. Fleet sizes were increasing, so that's a real opportunity area. And just to finish on the poll that was asked earlier, what does the business aviation industry in Asia need to prioritize to help realize the next growth cycle? The top at 40% was more regular engagement and industry lobbying with relevant authorities, and also increased standardization, which we touched upon today. So in some ways, standards are there, but they're going to be different in each country in Asia, typically, unfortunately. So you're going to need people like myself to help with the lobbying and the cross-border issues to solve them. So give me a shout if you need my advice. I've been here too long already to not be asked of the advice. And look at my fellow panelists as well. All these guys also always available for your call. So with that, I'll bring it to a close. I want to thank Jenny, Gary, Jolie, and Carlos. Thanks for joining us, and good luck with the rest of the conference. Back to Al and Louisa.
You need a reliable partner
to deliver all your aviation needs. A partner who can get whatever you need
and wherever you need it,
and negotiate with vendors on your behalf
to get the best prices possible.
A partner that delivers in optimal time
and cost efficiency,
and ensures you enjoy seamless operation with
24/7 support.
You need UAS.
You need UAS.
You need UAS.
You need UAS.
Contact us for quote.
Hi, it's June the 17th, 2021, and welcome back to CJI Global 2021. Thanks so much to Mike, Carlos, Jenny, Gary, and Jolie for that fantastic session. We're now going to go into the hard numbers. We've had some fantastic qualitative sessions. Let's go quantitative. Delighted to have Jeff Lowe, CEO of Asian Sky Group, joining us. Asian Sky Group obviously completes an Asian fleet report every year, and Jeff is going to take us through it. Jeff's got more than 35 years in business aviation, worked at Bombardier Business Aircraft, Gulfstream, and BAA before launching ASG in 2012. Jeff, how are you?
I'm fine, and if no one said it, Al, you look great. Okay.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you. I didn't pay you.
You really do. You really do. Okay, but totally noticeable. As soon as I logged on, it was like, wow, Al looks great, man.
It's just a new camera. That's all you have to do.
It's that software again. Okay, all right. Yeah.
It's all AI. How are you? How's everything in Hong Kong?
Well, you've probably heard from some of the others. As far as Hong Kong, getting around in Hong Kong is fine. It's just we don't go anywhere because we still have the 3 weeks quarantine if we come back. So.
And this must be your longest
I haven't traveled for a year and a half now. I get my Cathay Pacific Asia Miles statement every month, and it's a big fat zero. It's a big fat zero. So,
but most importantly, are they retaining your status?
Thankfully, they are. So they're doing the right thing. Actually, they're doing the right thing.
So Jeff, this time last year we spoke.
Yep.
Did you expect the Asian fleet to behave as it did in the 6 months after?
No, not at all. Not at all. When we tallied the numbers at the end of the year and looked at them, I actually said, guys, double check, please, triple check, because that's just not what I expected at all. I mean, and you kind of heard it from the previous panel, as Mike said. I mean, hey, we've been in the middle of a pandemic. The last thing you would expect is the fleet to grow and the industry to grow. And so it just didn't make any sense in the beginning, but that's exactly what it did. So yeah, we had about almost 2% growth here in the Asia Pacific. And the big determinant of that, again, big surprise, was China. And it's a typical case where 2019, they were the biggest loser, if you will. And 2020, they were the biggest winner. If you look at the swing, the market grew 8% from being 4 down and 4 up. And so extraordinary performance that I really didn't expect out of China at all. The other market that performed very well was Australia, but it really is the tale of two cities. I mean, the if you will, what was fueling that growth was completely different. Australia, for all intents and purposes, is a pre-owned and quite aged light jet, whereas in China it's a new long-range airplane. As you heard again from the previous panel, Jenny and so on, it's all about the long-range market, and that's what we see out here. And so yes, we're finally seeing the new Bombardier, the G7500. We've got I think we had 7 of them that's coming in, but The king, still the king, is the G650 and the ER. We had 9 of those airplanes come into the market, so you're almost to the point where you got 1 a month coming into the market. So those are the big winners as far as the model types, and those are the 2 countries that performed very well, but very different. They're in very different places, if you will. Australia, very mature market, if you will. China, still growing. So,
and the aircraft coming into China, these big ultra long range aircraft.
Yep.
At the moment, they're being used domestically.
Yeah, that's about it. I mean, it's a common story. There are a lot of 550s that fly between New York and Washington. Okay, it's the same in Asia, where you've got a lot of 550s and 650s that are just plowing the road between Beijing and Shanghai. And eventually, I think the market will right size itself, but it's still a long way off yet. It's still a long way off. So when you look at the categories that are on the upside and those are on the downside, yeah, the ultra long range doing very well. The corporate airliners are still doing very well. And as we saw, because of Australia, the light jets are doing very well. But the others, the large, and I think large is not doing so well because people are moving up into the long range. And then the medium and light jets, they're just not happening at the moment. So,
and if anyone hasn't seen your fleet report, it's available on your website. But Asia is still dominated by 4 markets, really, isn't it?
Yep.
If you count China and Hong Kong, Australia and India, and I've counted China and Hong Kong as 2 there, so you could argue 3 markets. Do you see that changing?
No, I don't. Not for this foreseeable future, and that's partly because China, Australia, and India are so big compared to the others. The others are much smaller in size, and it's just those markets continue to dominate. And not too surprisingly, they're the biggest geographical land masses as well, and they're able, therefore, to sustain an actual domestic route system, whereas most of the other countries, it's all international travel, so it's not they're just not the same size and scope. So. Helicopters on the other side, they were actually a better bet over the last 5-10 years. If you look at the compound growth, helicopters have done much better. And I think as we witnessed during the pandemic, it's just that they really shined as far as their essential services that they provide. So they weren't as impacted as much. And so the growth that we saw on the helicopter side just continued positive numbers that we'd seen for a number of years. And so they performed much better.
I know it's very hard to track, but you also have a transaction business, and so you're on the ground there. What's your thoughts about deliveries? Or actually, what's your thoughts about orders? Are you seeing Asian customers going, and new and old, ordering new aircraft at the moment?
Well, most of the transactions are more on the pre-owned side, and so the market has definitely I think the market has matured itself now to where the Asian buyer understands how to value a pre-owned aircraft, whereas before, to mitigate his risk, he would just buy new because he felt more secure with that. But I think a lot of them are now on to their second airplane or understand the market well enough now that they can evaluate and hopefully also understand that, if you will, the aircraft dealers that are available are providing a good service. And so they will go to that and look at pre-owned airplanes. So a majority of the market is pre-owned. The problem we have at the moment is, as you've heard from some of your other panels and some of the other shows, is that, supply is pretty tight at the moment. And I think that's being thrust upon us because of a number of different factors. I think because of the pandemic, a lot of people, or as we've all talked about, business aviation is certainly assuming a higher profile these days, a lot of awareness. But for a guy who has an airplane at the moment, that means he's not going to sell it. So we're not getting as much new aircraft coming onto the market as far as growing the fleet that's available. And there's been added interest in buying airplanes. And so it's just the supply and the demand at the moment is quite challenging. So the fleet that's available for sale has been burned off quite a bit. So I think what'll happen when you talk about 2021 is we won't see as much business, if you will, throughputing through the year. For us, most of the transactions they just take a long time here in Asia. They really do. Okay, there are a whole bunch of different factors that contribute to that. and partly it is just the number of parties involved in the aircraft condition. Corrosion out here has always been an issue, and it remains an issue. But because the U.S. has been so strong as well, we're finding it very challenging to get PPI slots that are soon. It's not unlike us to be doing a transaction now and have a PPI slot that's in July some point in time, but not early July. And so the deals are just taking longer. So it's a challenge for us to just plainly do as much business because all the deals are taking that much longer. And again, just getting them done because we still are very much under COVID restrictions out here. It's just not easy to move around and do the things that we normally have to do. So business is definitely there. There's a lot of interest. It's existing clients, it's new clients, it's first-time clients and all that. But I just think the whole system's kind of clogged up at the moment, that it's going to be hard to put through any significant higher volume of business just because of the challenges on that side. So
we've seen the US fleet picked apart. There's very few aircraft for sale in the States. Do you see Asian? Now's a great time for Asian sellers.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think maybe those buyers that before obviously had the abundance of choice within an hour's flight from where they live in the U.S. It's not the case anymore. So they're being forced to look farther afield, and certainly that means they're certainly looking at Asian airplanes and Chinese airplanes that much more. Whether or not that's a pleasant experience or not is another question, because it's certainly depending. I don't mean to tout our own horn here, and I mean everyone of us that works out here in the aviation industry. There's obviously a lot of expertise out here. Not everyone accesses that expertise, and maybe they go away a little bit disappointed with what they found out. But certainly, I think it pays to get some help out here, just because the aircraft tend to be, if it's in country in China, trying to really assess that aircraft and what condition it's in. It's a bit of a challenge at times.
So what's your prediction for the next 6 months? That's easy. Normally people like to do 12 months.
Well, for the year, the fleet grew almost 2% last year. I really don't expect that to happen again this year. I expect it to be lower than that. And that's partly because we haven't gotten rid of the pandemic yet. It's still with us for sure. And just because we rely so much on that US market. And so just because, like I said, the system's a little bit clogged up at the moment, we're just not going to be able to put through a higher volume of business. So I just don't see a lot of huge spike in pre-owned. And then also, as we know, the OEMs have pushed down their production rates. So the new aircraft aren't coming in as quickly as well. And so you kind of add that all up, and I expect it to grow, but it won't even be the 2% that it was last year. So,
and when you started doing your fleet reports, Asia was a huge market for OEMs. At the time they were delivering 60% of their aircraft outside the core North American market, and a huge proportion of that was going to Asia. Do you see in 2-3 years' time that Asia will become a key market again? I know it's a key market for Gulfstream and Bombardier with the large aircraft, but do you see it growing in importance for OEMs over the next 2 or 3 years?
Al, it's always been that big question: when? We all know the market out here has to, if you will, diversify more when it comes to the equipment that they buy. Okay, it just can't keep going. A long range, ultra long range aircraft isn't the solution to every flight requirement out here. It has to change at some point in time. And the Embraers and the Textrons and the Honda Jets of the world are banking on that. It's just a question of when. And, if you were to ask me whether that was still 2 or 3 years from now, I would say, no, it's not. It's, the highest growth sector still, if you will, year after year, is the ultra long range. That need or that desire hasn't changed at all, really. And when you look at the historical data as well, the light jets and the very light jets, even the medium-sized ones, they really struggle to get any kind of market hold here. They really do, even today. And I really don't see that changing much over the coming years. And I think some of the OEMs have therefore taken the appropriate measures and have, if you will, certainly, I think pared down their business presence out here because of that. So understandably.
So if you're an OEM making light jets or smaller than mid-size, when would you be targeting Asia? 5 years or 10 years?
5 years would be when. Yeah, I mean, case in point, let's talk about Embraer. They don't do the legacy 650 anymore. They don't do the lineage anymore. So they really don't have any large cabin, long range airplanes. They're doing a bang up fabulous job with what they've got, the Praisers and the Phantoms. And as a result, they don't have a huge presence out here. And because they don't have any products for the market, what the market wants at the moment. And so they've certainly scaled back their operations out here, but totally understandably, they're going gangbusters elsewhere. So put the assets and the resources where you need them, because Asia's not ready for that size of an airplane yet.
And on a scale of 1 to 10, how optimistic are you about Asian business aviation in the next 12 months?
Well, I can put an exact number on it. A part of, we do a survey all the time. And so those numbers are coming in at the 85 to 90% at the moment. We look at it from two standpoints. One, from a business standpoint, where are you in your business cycle? How do you feel about that? And, at the moment, the beyond the low point is like 85%. And so that's optimistic. And then we also look at it just from a pessimism, optimism from the respondents. And again, it's right back up to where it was before pre-COVID. I mean, there's some regional variances, but on a whole, everyone's back up above 80, 85, 90%. So the market's ready. Everyone's very confident of where it's going and everything else. We just may have some challenges as far as getting the product into the hands of the people that want it, just because of some of the challenges in the market at the moment, because, the market is doing very well at the moment globally. So.
Yeah, it's hard. You've got to fight for it. Jeff, thanks. Yep. Always a pleasure to see you. Thanks so much for your time.
Thanks, Al. Bye.
Stay on. Cheers. Thanks so much to Jeff. Thanks so much to the panelists we've had so far. Also, thanks to our sponsors, particularly Action Aviation, Bombardier, Stonebridge Commercial Finance. And let's hear quickly from Bombardier, and then we'll be back looking at selling aircraft in Asia. Welcome back to Corporate Jet Investor Global 2021. Now delighted to have three people leading the pushing tin in the business of pushing tin in Asia. David Dixon from Jetcraft. David's also the author of ISIL Aircraft, a book you should all be buying. Rohit Kapur from JetHQ and Nilesh Patanyat from Bombardier. Guys, how are you?
Great. All the better for being with you.
Hi, Al. We're doing well, thank you.
Hi, Alasdair.
Hi, David. Hi, Rohit.
Hi,
everyone else.
Nilesh, where are you coming to us from?
Singapore.
Singapore. Rohit, you're in?
I'm in Dubai.
Dubai. And David from Hong Kong?
From Hong Kong.
So who has the strictest visiting requirements at the moment? Nilesh, you're winning that one.
Yeah, I am winning that one, hands down. You can't come in.
21 days hotel quarantine in Hong Kong. It's been like that forever, it seems.
At least you can go in and out. We can't go in and out.
Yeah, Dubai is easy unless you're coming from India. You just can't come.
Great.
I just finished a 21-day quarantine, so I can tell you it's not pleasant.
It's just crazy, isn't it? But despite all this, how's business, David?
Well, it's a world of two halves, really. It's Europe and the States and the rest. The States is going gangbusters in all segments. Europe's not doing too badly either. But out here, in this part of the world, it's a little depressing in some respects because there's not much coming this way. There's quite a bit going out, which is actually good in our business, in my role in this part of the world. But for being an Asian convert a long time ago, it's probably the lowest I've seen it in all the years I've been here. But there's still activity. There's people buying airplanes in the States. I mean, our industry anyway relies on the States. Doesn't matter what anyone says and however you dress the numbers, the States is crucial. The States is going well in all classes.
Rohit, would you agree with that?
Yeah, so firstly, hi, good morning, Al and everyone. And I just want to just repeat what Jeff said. You're looking really fit. I must compliment you. It's noticeable. All right, so I think globally the business has been good. I feel, say, from the overall perspective of the company, it's been a great year and a great first quarter, going good so far. But yes, the majority of the business has been from the US and from Europe. Asia has been more or less stable. I won't say it's gone down or gone up too much, but it's been stable. But all in all, good time to be selling pre-owned aircraft.
Nilesh, you're always one of the most optimistic people in business aviation worldwide. What are you seeing?
I think it's a phenomenal year. I haven't felt this enthusiasm since David and me worked together 2007-8. You know, the market is extremely strong. I agree the US market and the European markets are probably the strongest, but for us, we're having the best year we've had in Asia in probably in a decade. So I'm very optimistic about the market. I think last year was a bit tough year because with the borders being closed and the customers unable to travel, it was a challenging year, but this year has been extremely good in terms of our demand for our large cabin aircraft, the Global 7500, the Global 6500, as well as some new entrants in the Challenger category of aircraft.
And Nilesh, are these new buyers or concept buyers, as OEMs like to say?
Yeah, I mean, I think, we all talked about it, and, I think the stats. We have 17,522 business aircraft in the world. Asia only has 1,116 aircraft. That's 6% of the entire fleet. Well, when you look at number of billionaires, right, there's 2,700 billionaires in the world, and only 1,100 billionaires, and out of which 1,100 billionaires in Asia, 40% of the billionaires and 6% of the fleet. So, and we've added 370 billionaires in the last year. So I think there's tremendous opportunity for growth here. And I think like Jeff said earlier, we've all been waiting for that growth. And a lot of Asian customers are conservative. So they obviously used to use commercial aircraft to travel before moving to business aircraft. But I think we're seeing a new generation of buyers, given the safety and security and the flexibility that business aircraft provides, and given the constraints of the borders that we have, as well as I would say the lack of the connectivity, because airlines are not doing the same footprint as they used to have, right? So I think there's a large number of concept buyers. We are seeing a lot of concept buyers coming onto the table, if that trend grows, our footprint in Asia will grow for all of us as an industry. We just hope that it continues, But we're also seeing a lot of returning customers wanting to upgrade to that, from a Global 6000 to Global 7500, or from a Challenger to Global 6500, or a Learjet to a Challenger. But I think there's a lot more concept buyers now than there were ever before.
That lack of penetration, you've got so many billionaires in Asia, so few jets. Is that because past manufacturer salespeople did a poor job, David?
No. I'm still here after 40 years. So anyway, before this situation developed, we used to talk about infrastructure. That infrastructure problem hasn't gone away. It's still there. There aren't airports. It doesn't matter what China talks about when it says it's going to build 50 brand new airports. There's only 250 in the country. There's 5,000 in the States. So that's why an operation like a Wheels Up can offer, well, they can do even more because some of those even smaller airports. But the dynamic in the States is just so different to what it is out here. Until the regulators, and I heard one of the earlier presentations talking about talk to your regulator, the regulators here are deaf. That's the fact. They do not listen. They do not understand our business. And you do not get secondary cities to secondary little cities operating very much in our business yet. And it might improve a little bit when the airlines are just not giving the service. And there will be concept buyers. I am still excited about the opportunities in Asia. That hasn't changed. But infrastructure probably has gone backwards because there will be arguments now, there aren't so many people traveling, not going to build the terminals, not going to build the runways. So I actually think this could have a knock-on on it, certainly a delaying effect. But it's infrastructure that's limited us for the last 40 years, and it isn't going to change because of what's been going on over the last 2 years.
Rohit, one of the points that Jeff Lowe made on the last session is that, and David's made it today, is that we've got US buyers buying up anything. We've got a shortage of inventory. When you're contacting an aircraft that's for sale in the States on behalf of a buyer in Asia or Dubai or India, are you at a disadvantage from that point of view because American sellers see it as complicated?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's definitely a mindset in the American sellers to sell anything outside of America because firstly, it's just a complicated transaction. Secondly, it just takes too long. They're not used to it. And lately, I mean, the phenomena that I've been seeing, I mean, I've had 2 deals where we presented an aircraft to a buyer in Asia and LOI signed. And before we could get to the APA stage, the seller in the US decided to back off and just change his selling price because it's a tight market. He suddenly realized that maybe he's selling too low. So it's happened more than once. So we're having this kind of an issue at the moment. So American buyers do prefer to sell in the US for a simple reason that they understand the transaction better, and secondly they can do it quickly. I mean, some Asian transactions can just take too long. So that's definitely an issue.
David, you'd agree?
Largely. I think now there's a greater acceptance in the States of aircraft coming from Asia, partly because of a supply problem. In the past, you're well aware of my little hobby horse on the subject of the upkeep, management, maintenance of airplanes. We've actually seen some horrendous bills come through over the last few months as airplanes have left this part of the world and headed off towards the States. Some people have got some serious surprises, and I just hope that now this education is getting through slowly, that people got to look after their airplanes, then they'll be able to sell them anywhere and everywhere. But no, we're selling most of the airplanes. We're telling people take them to the States. You can't come here. You can't go to Singapore easily. You can't go to Australia. You can't come to Hong Kong easily. If you want to move your airplane, ship it to the States. Park it somewhere sensible, and the buyers will come.
Sure.
Okay, we've heard a lot about China, India, Rohit and Nilesh. You've both, and David, you've all sold aircraft there. But Rohit, should we be optimistic about India this year?
India has always shown a lot of promise and it has delivered. Let me say that before I start. I mean, Nilesh and I have been in this market for a very long time, and obviously every year the projections we've had, except a few years in the last maybe a decade and a half, we've had only a few years where the where the sales have actually outnumbered the predictions that we made. It's normally been the other way around. There are issues, and I think one of the biggest issues is, I would say two issues. One is, of course, infrastructure is a huge issue. We're still not talking about, we're still not talking about building anything special or specialized for business aviation. It's all kind of, around the commercial aviation. And the second issue is, of course, the regulatory issues. It's still very difficult for the regulators to understand what business aviation is all about. I mean, that's something we've been grappling with for a very, very long time. Having said that, there is a lot of promise in India. I think if just a few tweaks can happen, I think there is a huge amount of demand. Not definitely only for the large aircraft. There is definitely a huge demand for domestic travel. The King Airs, the small Hawkers or the layers. I think there is. I see the demand coming up big time. I just think a little bit of tweaking, a little bit more of understanding from the authorities can really make it into a big boom. I mean, we've been waiting for it for a very long time. I hope this is the year, or maybe in the next couple of years.
Right. When you say a few tweaks, do you mean 10 airports?
Yeah, I think you just need to. It's a mindset that needs to change. If a mindset changes, everything will change very quickly. The good part is I see some part of it happening, but it's not enough. It needs to be more.
Nilesh?
I think it's been an incredible year for us in India. Means we're selling aircraft like we can't keep up with it. I think right now the market is so hot, and I think some of my colleagues will understand is that we are not competing with Gulfstream or that's so we are competing with our sales guys in the US, right? So we have customers of ours interested in the same aircraft, and by the time we move, somebody else has taken the position. But we've had a very strong start to the year in India as well as in Asia, both in the global and the challenger category. And I hope, the things continue. But the challenge, again, for us, I think, is infrastructure, but also a little bit of the mindsets and policy. I always say wherever there's a business aircraft parked, there is business being conducted. There's economic activity, right? And we in Asia have to look at it as economic activity engines. So if you are going to invest $1 billion in a plant somewhere that is remote, you want to have your senior management as well as key executives and key project people being able to travel there on an efficient, flexible manner. And business aircraft is key. And for Asian industry and economies to grow and investments to grow, business aircraft are key. I think that mindset change, along with infrastructure and policy changes, will obviously accelerate that footprint and the penetration in the region that we want. But today there is a genuine demand for business aircraft because people feel it's safer, it's more flexible, and there's a lot of new buyers coming to buy. There's existing buyers upgrading. So I'm positive. I think if we, like Rohit said, if we can make it easier for people to buy, right? Easier for people to transfer money, right? And people don't understand that whether it's India or China or most of the countries have local regulations with regard to aircraft ownership and transfer of funds. So, whereas if you're sitting in Chicago and you want to buy a plane, you wire the funds today. We have that advantage in Singapore. The advantage exists in Australia, but some of the other countries is a little bit more complex. So I think the ease of ownership and the ease of acquisition improves the penetration also.
I was going to make a joke about it depends on escrow choice in the States. David, what's your perspective on India?
It's a little bit like China. It's infrastructure, it's mindset by regulatory authorities. But from a sort of, if one looking in the very short-term impact of what's happened to us, to the world over the last 12, 24 months, India is showing signs that people who had the money, those billionaires rather, that were always there, but never had the mindset to go out and buy an aeroplane for all sorts of reasons. But now it's not just them. it's their wife, it's their kids, it's the people who work around them who have got this worry factor of the danger of travel. And if you're principal of a billion-dollar company, he wants to travel safe. He doesn't, the touch points, the airport, the queuing up, the going through immigration, the security, they're getting on the airplane. The airplane is probably the most environmentally controlled environment of part of your whole journey. And I think that has tipped people's minds to say, okay, I will now own an airplane. And a lot of that from my business, from a Jetcraft perspective, is that it has brought a lot of first-time buyers in for pre-owned airplanes, which is broadening the market. This is not spitting out old ones or smaller ones or whatever, because that's just keeping the market. This is growing the base. And that I see in India, I see it in Asia, not so much in China yet, but I suspect it's the main driver in the States.
Okay, we've got a great question from Paul Vanderblom. Are new global 7500s and Gulfstream G700 sales making inroads in Asia, causing global 6000s and G650s to come onto the pre-owned market? Rohit, have you seen any of that yet?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's, I definitely see that the desire to upgrade from people to the global 7,500s to the G650s and also to some extent, I mean, I am not, probably Nilesh has better figures on that than me on how much the OEMs are selling. They are, but I don't think that so many 650s and the global 6000s are coming on the market. I still see that there's a huge demand and very short supply. I mean, if you track the market, I think the asking prices for most of these ultra long range aircraft in the last 3 to 4 months have gone up by almost 15 to 20%. I mean, there is definitely a short supply. It's across the board, across all segments, but specifically more so in the ultra long range and the super mid-size and the large cabin. So I don't know how many of them are actually coming onto the market due to this demand, but yes, I think there is a demand. So like I said, Nilesh probably has better numbers than I has from an OEM perspective for the new aircraft.
I'm saving Nilesh from talking about future deliveries because I'm feeling kind today. David?
Absolutely, but there's, as I was saying, the market's broadening. The pre-owned 6000s are not hanging around. You remember at one of your conferences a while ago, a certain individual said you can't give them away. Well, at the moment, there's about 4% of total in-service global fleet available, which is very low. Gulfstream 650, I think, someone will skim me alive when I say this, but I think it's about 3%, maybe even less. So even though there's new 6500s, new 650s, new whatever's, maybe even 10Xs eventually, they will spit out airplanes. There are homes for them to go to. Very definitely.
I love the fact you can still remember that quote from, I think, 6 years ago at the conference.
It was such rubbish. It deserves flagging again.
I think, Alasdair, to Rohit's point, I think there is obviously the trading aircrafts available, but because there are a lot more new buyers, and in the overall market, both new and pre-owned. And as you know, you probably know that we've launched a new Bombardier certified pre-owned program. So we're also getting a lot of pre-owned activity ourselves. But even in the new aircraft, a lot of people are keeping the second aircraft because they want multiple family members. They want to travel, right? And if we have a trade-in aircraft, there is actually a little bit of a bidding war going in, in terms of before the aircraft come in, there's multiple buyers trying to bid for their aircraft like 3-4 months in advance because there is an actual dearth of good aircraft, pre-owned aircraft available, right? So I think there's two challenges here. There's a big demand in new aircraft. If you have access to financing and you're going to use the aircraft 5-10 years, obviously it makes sense for you to look at new aircraft. And so there's a lot of demand for new aircraft. And then there is the pre-owned inventory in terms of quality aircraft. That value deal is gone. So I think that's what's creating the escalation in price in the pre-owned market.
It's David. Early on, you talked about a tale of two markets. Europe and particularly the US or North America versus the rest of the world. But there's also, if you're listening to the first session this morning, and I know you were, we had that almost two markets between people like you guys who are involved in transactions and setting up pipeline and operators. And they're having a much harder time, aren't they?
Yeah.
I think, so go ahead, David.
Sorry, Lord. Sorry. Was that for me or was that?
You go ahead, David. And then we'll do it.
There's no business school for what we've been through in this last 18 months. I mean, zero. So, and governments have proved that themselves in the way that the response to COVID generally has been haphazard. And we're all finding different combinations. I mean, what Daniel was talking about in Australia is within the ecosystem of Australia, there's a good solid market. You can't burst the borders at the moment. And the charter market is growing, but in a way no one expected 12 months ago. That's happening in the States, it's happening in Europe.
Nilesh?
No, I think we're selling aircraft, but our activity level is very high, but we're selling Global 7500, 6500, delivering 3, 6, maybe a year or 2 years from now, right? So I think that a lot of people are buying aircrafts that are forward-looking. So the operators have not seen the benefit of those aircrafts entering yet. So I think that's what they find challenging. But we see the pipeline and the backlog. So that's one of the reasons why we are investing in expanding our facility in Singapore fourfolds. That's why we are investing in setting up a new facility in Melbourne. We already have a facility in Tianjin. So obviously we see that coming. I think maybe in a few months from now, the operators will see the wheels on ground. And also because of the borders are closed, even when people are buying pre-owned, they're looking at aircraft that are delivering 3-4 months from now. Because obviously you don't want to buy an asset and have it parked. With the exceptions of countries like India and Australia and China, which are large, and Indonesia, which are large markets and people can travel within the borders. Obviously, if you buy an aircraft and if you're in Singapore, the ability to travel, unless you have, you're willing not to come back, or is hard, So that's why they probably haven't seen it yet.
Okay, Rohit, we've got an anonymous question. With all this demand in the US and Europe for pre-owned aircraft, are there any good aircraft left?
So, this is an observation I wanted to make. Actually, the good aircraft don't stay in the market for too long. And I think as I see, I think the buyer is getting a little more discerning than what they used to be a few years ago. And I don't know whether David feels the same. Today, I find the concept buyers, the new buyers, they have more information to them. They are able to research the market better. They're probably getting better advice from brokers because it's a very competitive market now. And so they are able to figure out which is a good aircraft and which is really not a good aircraft. And anything which is labeled as an aircraft which is clean, good track record, good history, good maintenance, I think it just goes away too soon. So and unfortunately, as we've discussed in the past, is that the Asian buyers are a little conservative. They don't move that quickly. Neither do their systems allow them to move that quickly. So the chances are that if they don't move quickly enough, they actually end up losing these aircraft to buyers from America and Europe. So to answer your question, there are not very many good aircraft out there, but when they do come on the market, they get lapped up very, very quickly. And what's been lying, which is considered with history, some kind of, something which is got a black mark on it, I mean, they stay on the market for days.
David, you'd agree with that?
I'd come at it from a different direction, and that's probably typical of me.
I was thinking
still value. It's just the value. You can have a bad aircraft that's overpriced. You can have a good aircraft that's overpriced, and it won't sell. Period. But you can take a bad aircraft, and all airplanes to me are basically good. It's just a question of measuring where they really are in the cycle of usage, age, all those things. I've got an example of one airplane that could have done with better looking after over the years. It's a project airplane. It doesn't make it a bad airplane. But at the end of the project, you'll get an airplane that's better than the one. You don't spend any money on the paint and interior and doing it up and upgrading the internet and all that stuff. You can actually end up with a better airplane starting off with what you've been calling a bad airplane. So it's all to do with the value and how you put it all together. So I don't look at an aircraft as a bad aeroplane ever. It's just the value proposition that aeroplane represents. And sometimes people don't want projects. They want, they just want the aeroplane to come out of the box and go. Other people, and this is a good time, you can spend time painting and rejuvenating an aeroplane because you can't use it very much at the moment. So I just look at it slightly differently.
I love that. So you're sounding more and more like an estate agent.
I just want to just chip in here that I do agree with David on this. When I say bad aircraft, it's really a perception. I mean, as professionals, we understand that there's really no bad aircraft. But when you're selling it to a concept buyer, the perception of what is good and what is bad is kind of very clearly defined in their head. So, I mean, when I say bad, it's that perception that I talk about.
Concepts are a different ballgame. Concepts are for concept buyer, which I'm glad to see because that's what our business needs and what we're getting. They come at the question slightly differently. That's for sure.
Or rather than buying a do-it-upper, just save your time and go to Unilesh and get a new aircraft.
No, I think there's two aspects, right? So there's the value perception. Obviously, the perception of what the pricing per aircraft has changed over the last 2 months. Actually, even has changed in the last 4 weeks, right? The overall value and of a new as well as pre-owned aircraft. So I think, yes, of course, if you are a new buyer and you have access to financing and you're going to use it for 5-10 years, I would recommend you to go hassle-free with a brand new aircraft with full warranty, full support. At the same time, we do have a pre-owned program, and like David said, the project aircraft, we are buying what it calls certified Bombardier pre-owned, where we buy aircraft that needs a lot of TLC in terms of whether it's a full major inspection, it's a 10-year check with the interior refurb, paint, and warranty reset, and we do sell it. But I think the key concept is how much work does the buyer want to put in, right? If they want a turnkey, most buyers, especially concept buyers, want a turnkey solution, right? And they're in this business because they want time, they want flexibility, right? So the job we as a manufacturer with our maintenance provide service as well operators and brokers, we all are trying to do is provide them a most seamless entry into business aircraft. And I think that is our overall purpose, because that's how we're going to expand the base, because we're all here together with the purpose of expanding the base and making sure our customers have an amazing experience, because that's what's going to keep on feeding the industry.
It is amazing, isn't it? A year ago, who thought we'd be talking about do-it-uppers and aircraft with a bit of character that you might like to buy. Controversial question from an anonymous user has asked. I didn't even know you could do anonymous questions, so this is impressive. Are the various aircraft this is a very quick yes/no answer. Are the various aircraft operator organizations helping to improve BizAv in Asia Pacific? Rohit.
Yes. I think we have amazing operators in business in Asia. I don't want to name them because then I'll miss out somebody. But they're all good and they help us and the more good operators we have, the better experience the customer gets. And the better experience the customer gets, the more business aircraft owners we will have. So I'm really happy for the operators, and we need them to do their job, and they keep our customers happy and help us sell planes.
Rohit, you and David have both been involved in founding operator associations, so I think I know your answer. What do you say, Rohit?
So I of course do come a little biased. Of course, as you know, I founded the Indian Business Aircraft Association and led it for many years, almost about 7-8 years. So no, I think they're doing their bit. I think they're doing a great job under the tough regulatory environments. Every regulator is different. It requires different handling. So I'm very confident that they are committed to make a change. So they're doing great.
And David, you were there at the start of AsBAA.
Indeed. Both of those are very long yes/no answers. My answer is yes. It's a tough haul, though. It's not easy. I mean, it's not MBAA light. It's a tough haul, really is, because of the mindset.
Let's try one more yes/no answer. Is 2022 going to be, is the next 12 months going to be better for your businesses than the last 12 months? And it's a nuanced question, isn't it? Because we have got inventory going down, maybe less transactions. Nilesh, without making a forward statement, you're always optimistic for the next 12 months.
I think I'm extremely optimistic as long as I think we can get our Asian buyers. I think the industry is going to be great. The key question is, can we get our Asian buyers to move fast enough to compete with the American and European buyers? Second, are we going to see the light at the end of the tunnel in terms of the border restrictions? Are we going to go towards the new normal where this is an endemic, not a pandemic, where we're not targeting case of zero, but more we're willing to live with it, just like we lived with flu for the last 100 years. So I think the border restrictions and the inventory availability will have an impact, but I'm extremely optimistic for the market in Asia, especially for Challenger and Global range of aircrafts.
David?
Yeah. Well, I think I said earlier on about there's no business course for what we've been through. Hard to predict what's going to happen in the next 12 months. There's going to be a shortage of airplanes, point one. Once the airlines are going to stumble back into life, those that don't disappear. So we're facing a very, very different world. So I'm from our business, I'm optimistic that the environment is improving, but we may have a supply problem.
Rohit?
So short answer is yes, but just a qualification, if we can match the supply with the demand. I think it's going to be a supply problem that is going to, hold us short if there is one. So if there is supply, there is enough demand.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, David.
Thank you, Alasdair. Thank you, David. Thank you, Rohit.
Yeah,
Alasdair looking good, by the way.
So is David. Let's not forget. Thanks so much to everyone. You should all buy ISO aircraft.
Alasdair, can I just say one thing? Product placement here. I don't know if you know that stupid footballers complaining about Coca-Cola and beer. So I thought I'd put an English wine here, which is from down the road from where you are in dearest sunny England. So I want you to know I'm going to drink this.
To be fair, Paul van der Blom had noticed it, and I was going to say he'd asked about the champagne. I knew this is an English
sparkling wine,
which David is an investor in as well.
Drink and be merry.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rohit.
Thank you, Alasdair. Looking forward to next time.
We're looking forward to seeing you all face to face. Thank you so much to David, Nilesh, Rohit. And thank you also to all our sponsors, including JetHQ, who we have a video for them. Please also join the networking, and you can sit at any table during this break. We'll be back in 15 minutes. And also thanks again to JetHQ. Thank you.
Partner
To deliver all your aviation needs, a partner who can get whatever you need
and wherever you need it,
and negotiate with vendors on your behalf
to get the best prices possible,
a partner that delivers in optimal time
and cost efficiency,
and ensures you enjoy seamless operation
with 24/7 support.
You need UAS.
You need UAS.
You need UAS. You need UAS.
Contact us for quote.
I think what makes us unique is our first-class customer service. We offer unparalleled, seamless, client-focused service. You may have seen our tagline in various advertisements, putting you at the center of everything we do. That is not just a slogan. That is at the core of our business philosophy.
Built to go the distance. Built to fly.
It's all about being connected. That's why SES and its partners are working together to ensure end users all have the connectivity that they need, whether they be chief executives, high-profile personalities, government officials, as well as pilots and crews. Closing the gap between life on the ground and life above the clouds.
Our mission is to connect the world with fast, reliable internet service wherever you go. We've been providing connectivity solutions for over 30 years. And the same great connectivity you expect at the office is also available at 40,000 feet. What's the secret? Capacity. Capacity matters. It's the backbone of a high-speed network. Think of it like the number of lanes on a highway. Viasat's network is like a smart superhighway with many lanes that automatically adds more when and where traffic demands. Powerful network capacity gives you higher speeds and a better in-flight internet experience. That's why capacity matters. Only Viasat offers the roadmap to the world's highest capacity, unparalleled in-flight internet experience. Demand for data is growing rapidly. Viasat will be there to meet that demand. And the equipment you install today is already forward compatible to take advantage of higher capacity and speeds. Because life and business don't stop at 40,000 feet. Viasat.
We're trying to set a world record.
It's the fastest time ever to go from one place on the Earth, over both poles and back to the same point on the Earth, all in under 48 hours.
Calling themselves One More Orbit, their goal is to complete the fastest circumnavigation of the Earth via the North and South Poles in a business jet, and they're live streaming the whole thing.
We need to go far and fast. To fly around the Earth is a major undertaking. It's not something you can do by yourself.
What we were achieving was something that has never been achieved before.
The real challenge is making sure the refuels work very, very quickly.
The pit stops.
You could lose a huge amount of time if your refuel was too slow. There are no divert airfields in Antarctica in the midwinter.
Is this mission so important to me that I am happy to risk my life?
1 hour! 1 hour to take off!
And I'm such a tech nerd that yes. Yes, it is.
One of the problems with being an astronaut is that your bucket list gets too long, and there are so many beautiful places on the planet that you want to see.
This is a beautiful business jet, except normally you don't live in an airplane.
Do you remember when we got ice cream on board ISS?
Yes! We chose the Kennedy Space Center as the location for our launch, where Apollo left from 50 years ago.
I didn't even know satellites could do this.
I figured you must have some engineer and some really good technical people even to make the Wi-Fi work.
One more orbit, Gulfstream G650ER is not going to slow down for anybody. Okay, so this guy is going to catch him up.
Yannicka and Magdalena are probably the only two living females on the planet that have circumnavigated the poles.
firing up the most epic event in NBAA history, the 2021 NBAA Business Aviation Convention and Exhibition. NBAA Base is happening from October 12th through 14th. Join us at the new West Hall at the Las Vegas Convention Center for the first in-person industry event in nearly 2 years. NBAA Base, it's on. Visit nbaa.org/2021 for details and make plans now to attend.
You need a reliable partner.
To deliver all your aviation needs,
a partner who can get whatever you need
and wherever you need it,
and negotiate with vendors on your behalf
to get the best prices possible,
A partner that delivers in optimal time
and cost efficiency.
And ensures you enjoy seamless operation
with 24/7 support.
You need UAS.
You need UAS.
You need UAS.
You need UAS.
Contact us for quote.
Thank you so much to Bombardier for the coffee. That was great. Much appreciated. Thanks to all our sponsors: Action Aviation, Bombardier, Stonebriar Commercial Finance, Inmarsat, Jefferies, MBAA, Pillsbury, Airbus Corporate Jets, the Bermuda Aircraft Registry, Collins Aerospace, GE Aviation, JetHQ, JSSI, Morant, Sunset Aviation Insurance, Viasat, UAS International Trip Support, Crimson, and Vertus Aviation. We're delighted now to have Danielle Roman, who's a partner at Morant's Hong Kong office. She's in the banking and finance team and is a well-recognized international specialist in aircraft finance. Danielle, over to you.
Thanks very much, Al. So thanks everyone for joining us today for the Financiers panel, where we are going to be comparing corporate jet financing in Asia and EMEA. Joining me today will be some very known corporate jet financiers in the market. Their names are in their video feeds, so I would encourage you to read their bios and reach out to them after the session if you've got any follow-up questions. We've got 35 minutes for this panel, so I'm going to dive right in. So the pandemic this past 18 months has undeniably had a significant impact on the aviation industry, but anecdotally, it appears to have actually increased demand for flying private. So I wanted to first ask the financiers, from their perspective, how things changed for them since the onset of COVID. And I'm going to invite Johan first to kick us off.
Thanks a lot, Danielle, and good morning and hello, everybody. And also, Al, good day to you. I mean, wonderful show so far, fantastic, and great content received so far. So yes, COVID. I mean, last year it started pretty as usual. We had a couple of transactions which were being shifted from the last year into the next year, and then somehow COVID hit us, and I think everyone was a little bit paralyzed, and I think everyone needed to figure out what that really means for their business and for their situation. So I felt there was a little bit of a vacuum on new deals and engagement in this industry. But then finally we started to reach out to clients, and a lot of clients wanted to stay cash rich, and they wanted to raise cash against their private jet which they had purchased and paid in cash. So we did a couple of refinancing cases. And then finally, we also saw that the pre-owned market picked up pretty nicely. We got some inquiries. However, COVID probably impacted more on the logistical side. It impacted particularly sales processes and viewings of the planes, and where pilots had to fly in, or even clients, to a particular country because the borders were closed and you had certain quarantine rules. So this certainly created a little bit more delay on certain timelines until we really then ended up financing. And particularly also logistics, I mean, in terms of repossession cases, for example, recovery, this has also dragged on. I mean, it has been very difficult if we had to really engage in a recovery situation and get pilots into a country and fly the plane out, or in terms of reduced capacities of maintenance facilities. And then finally, also on the new planes and deliveries, which we can finance, we saw some pickup. We understand the producers have been reducing, the production, but I mean, now I believe that the deals are back, and I'm pretty thankful for that. We also saw a difference, and that mirrors also the type of refinancing and pre-owned financing, that the tickets have been lower. We have done a significant amount of transactions, but in general, the ticket sizes are a little bit lower than if we can constantly finance the new OEM delivered planes. We see a lot of first-time buyers. That mirrors all the comments we have heard today already on the buying side. This is clearly something we see. We have very cash-rich families which probably have taken the decision now because of safety and healthy. But then it's also how we work together. I mean, it's amazing how this industry and in general the whole world has probably managed to continue working, and that's fantastic. I believe also the type of virtual conferences we can have now. I mean, this is amazing. So I think, yeah, with all fairness, COVID also had a couple of interesting benefits, and this is the whole digitalization which we see which will progress.
Thanks, Johan. I'm really glad that you mentioned recovery, repossessions, and this is something that I'd be very keen to touch on later. But Marie-Laure, perhaps you could let us know how things have been for you and how things have changed since COVID. I think you're on mute.
So, thank you very much, and thank you for inviting us. I think we are, as Johan said, we are glad instead of being able to meet each other physically, to be able to see each other online. Basically, I totally agree with what Johan said. COVID has created a lot of uncertainty at the beginning of the crisis, and nobody knew exactly what could be the consequences, if it would be a crisis similar to 2008, 2007, 2008, with a huge discount on the aircraft values and a deep economic crisis. It was difficult to anticipate the impact, but finally it has been probably for the aviation world worse than anticipated for the commercial aviation, but much better than we could have thought for private aviation. We have seen, I think the crisis has evidenced the necessity and the usefulness of business aviation for repatriation flights, for medical evacuation, for people who needed to travel for business or family purposes, and there was just no alternative. So even in terms of image, I think it has been very positive for business aviation at the end of the day. It was not that obvious at the beginning. As Johan said also, the values have proved to be very resilient, very robust, and that was a great relief for the financiers, because this is always the main challenge. How can we anticipate the aircraft values, and are we going to be in a difficult situation because we are lending a large amount of money against an asset that is depreciating quickly? But this didn't materialize at all, and indeed, I think what was difficult at a certain point of time, it was travel restrictions. So it was almost impossible, difficult to organize an aircraft delivery, an aircraft inspection, to move people, to have an audit of the aircraft, or the operator, or whatever. So it has slowed down a lot the transaction for a while, but I think everything is over now. We are going back to a kind of normal life and normal ability to travel. And I think all in all, it has probably been positive for business aviation.
It's good to hear. So it sounds like COVID has created more practical difficulties rather than actual difficulties for the corporate jet market. Michelle, delighted that you're here joining us. We're asking how the pandemic has changed things for you as a financier over the past 18 months. I'd be keen to hear your view on this. I think you might be on mute. See, digitization is great, but not with mute buttons. Okay, I think oh, we can't hear you now. While you're sorting out your sound, I'm going to go over to Matthew.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you loud and clear.
Okay. Well, look, very similar observation from Asia. I think after February, it started a little bit earlier in Asia, as everybody may remember. I think this is something we all keen to forget, but things started earlier here. And of course, when the pandemic hit us, I think because of the uncertainty that this created, it everybody kind of hit the pause button. And so, whether you're talking about the buyers or the operators, the consequence was a total silence for the month that kind of ensued. But similar to what I heard, and I totally echo this, the private jet industry has recovered very quickly, and so much that I think 2021 and beyond in Asia, we may actually end up with a much better outcome, as we'll be talking in the rest of the panel discussion. Asia has been lagging behind Europe and the US, and maybe this will be the catalyst for people to start using private jet more than they have in the past. So from the last 6 months, what I'm seeing is very encouraging. There's a lot of people who are now taking decision to purchase, and we are assisting them for the financing. And as the vaccines are being rolled out, and people just get used to the new normal, I think this will just keep increasing and keep improving over to 2022. So
that's good to hear that positive story in corporate jet financing. And Johan mentioned that there's a lot of first-time buyers coming in on the market, and I wanted to talk a bit about structuring. So when you are looking at putting together the terms of a financing now, and you're looking at things like recourse against the guarantor or 10-year LTV, etc., perhaps two questions. One, have you seen any recent changes in how these deals are being structured? And then the second question is, are there any material differences between Asia and EMEA? Matthew?
Look, first, in terms of any changes, and if we could focus maybe on recourse, LTV, and tenor, I think these are easy to discuss. I have not seen a lot of changes in the last couple of years in those three areas. I think what's more noticeable is really, and what I can maybe try and discuss today is the differences between Europe and Asia, having spent time on both sides. Look, recourse in the private jet financing space has always been important, and I think one of the reasons is that the financing come primarily from private banks, and being private bankers, we tend to focus quite a lot on our clients as a way out, and I don't see that changing anytime soon. My peers on the Europe side can comment there, but in Asia is definitely something that is very important. So I guess the key difference maybe between Europe and Asia would be the ability to obtain disclosure and to substantiate those guarantees. And I have to say that Asia obviously is a lot more complicated for various reasons, cultural. Maybe it's a more nascent market. In terms of LTVs, I observe that the LTVs are probably a little lower in Asia, and I think again one of the reasons might be that you have less disclosure in Asia, and therefore people may need a little more buffer to protect themselves. And in terms of tenors, I see a lot of deals in the kind of 5 to 7 years range here. I don't know what Europe is like right now. I would just note that for Asia, financing tends to be done for newer plane, right? More recent plane, and maybe that helps with longer tenor. But I'll let my peers comment and share their views. Very keen to hear.
Thanks, Mary Law. Have you got a view on this?
Thanks. I think in terms of structuring, this is more the bank approach. So we tend to have the same approach in EMEA and in Asia. This is a long-term financing with a strong security package and the recourse on the UBO. So what really makes a difference is the culture and the local legal environment. In Europe, this is a mature market for business aviation, and so the approach is pretty standard. It's never completely standard. Oh, sorry. So, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Sorry. So it's never completely standard, but it's pretty standard in Europe. In Asia, the local legal environment is much more complex, much more variable. Clients are sometimes not even aware of the requirements applying to their situation, and they are also less familiar with the legal requirements and the regulatory environment for business aviation. So one of the main challenges that we need to make sure that clients have a good understanding of the legal requirements, the legal environment, the stakes at play in the financing, and the financing commitment that they take for 5 to 7 years with the bank. So when they have good lawyers, usually it's okay, but they really need to be educated sometime on that and to take good advice. So I think in terms of culture and maturity, the market are still different.
I like how you said when they have good lawyers, and I'm going to give a shameless plug here. Good lawyer. Michelle, I want to see if we can hear you now. Can you try to speak?
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Great. Brilliant.
Fabulous.
So let's talk about structuring from your perspective. When you're structuring a deal in Asia and EMEA, do you see any material differences between the two, or are the markets very similar in terms of putting the deal together?
Well, we don't see, as Marie-Laure said, so for us, no material differences. I think we structure the deals pretty much the same way. We do have similar precedents, or in fact, we work with the same precedents. We, of course, have the local lawyers representing us. But there, I think, in principle, there is no big difference for us. It is very important. It's more than for the risk consideration that we have a good view on the client, on his ability to service the loan, to repay the loan. This is much more important. And for that, we use our, I would say, standard agreements, which are based on the PB client, person guarantee, and recourse structure. Otherwise, no big differences. I think there also, what we have seen at least, also clients and their lawyers, they don't request any differences. So I think there is quite a global standard in that respect.
Let's talk about risk. Matthew mentioned that there's less disclosure in Asia. Marie-Laure says that Asia, they're less familiar with the legal requirements. So I think, it's important that we talk about risk. And how do you assess risk between these two regions? And what for you would be some of the highest risk factors? Perhaps let's start with Marie-Laure.
Well, I think from a risk perspective, it's always easier when you have a client having his business, his net worth, his revenues in only one country. It helps to assess the repayment capacity and also to enforce, in case we need, our securities. In Europe, it's quite often the case. In Asia, most of the clients have built their wealth in China, in Indonesia, in Vietnam, sometimes in India, and they have a banking relationship out of Hong Kong or Singapore. And so we are facing several challenges. the political risk first. We all have seen extremely wealthy people going to jail in China or having their aircraft confiscated. So sometimes it's just for a while and we can deal with this situation, but we really need to be prepared to this type of risk and to, I mean, it's difficult to anticipate, but we need to manage the situation, to have good lawyers and to be able to deal with this situation quietly, I would say. Another aspect in Asia is the transparency and the consistency of information. We've seen people making a fortune in a very short while in real estate development, for example, or in the stock market in PRC. But their wealth is very, not always transparent. It's sometimes very illiquid and sometimes very volatile. And in order to build our financing, we need to have consistent information and transparent information. So sometimes it's not easy. And this also, I mean, refers to the legal environment locally, because we have a personal guarantee which secures our financing, but we all know that this is a challenge to enforce a personal guarantee in
We still see you.
Yeah, but I don't. How can I do that? Okay, so sorry. Yeah, I mean, this is a challenge to enforce a personal guarantee in China or in Indonesia, and this is probably an understatement. So we need to pay a lot of attention to the offshore assets of the client. So this is a kind of double risk assessment: the background of the client in his home country and his repayment capacity, which probably doesn't come from his home country, and just, I don't want to talk too long, but I think in terms of major risk, the major risk is probably a compliance risk, because when we don't understand completely the background of the client, we may discover things which we were not, which we had not anticipated, and which may create either a kind of difficult situation for the client himself or an unacceptable situation for the bank. So the compliance is probably the major issue and the growing concern for the banks.
I mean, Matthew, you are based in Asia, and I think I'm based in Asia as well. And sometimes I think we have a different perspective on risk than others might have from outside of Asia. What's your personal view on risk, and what for you are the highest risk factors? I guess both here and from an EMA perspective.
Yeah, absolutely, and you're right. Being based here, in particular, working for a bank that has been based here for a long time, definitely helps. And I think understanding the clients and their history definitely helps. But I let me just take a step back. I just in the context of aircraft financing, that's, to me, that's not the only risk. I think that's a risk that in private banking, whenever we lend, this is clearly something that understanding the clients, understanding the source of wealth, for sure. But as far as aircraft financing is concerned, I would say what keeps me awake at night would be really, I can summarize it and in basically in one sentence. I think it's repossession or enforcement risk, and that is a combination of a couple of things. That's legal risk, and I think I heard the comment that in Asia there are a lot of different jurisdiction and legal framework. That's true. That makes things more complicated. So that's that, but also the political risk, undeniably. And the combination of those things makes it, more or less difficult to structure an aircraft financing in Asia, depending where the aircraft will be based, where the aircraft will be flying to, where the aircraft will be registered, and where the client may or may not have his source of wealth. And the combination of these things may put the aircraft financing at the extreme end of the risk spectrum, or the other, or somewhere in the middle. I would just say that, look, to me, that's pretty natural. Asia has been, I would say, quite new in the usage of a private jet. So naturally, it's less, I would say, it's less tested as a jurisdiction, and it had less opportunities to improve. And I think that's just natural. And it's improving as people will make more and more use of those planes. What I can foresee is that there will be a need to clarify the legal framework, and that should just become a virtuous circle. Just touching on the disclosure, I mean, clearly this is something that in Asia is probably a little sensitive, and it's less a risk than just adding complexity to structuring, and the result is that yes, maybe there will be less appetite, or let's just say that we would look for other mitigating factor than my European peers may not have. If you have a very strong disclosure, you can maybe be a little bit more aggressive on other aspects of the structure, and maybe the pricing will also reflect that. So these are my view on the key risk, but clearly, Daniel, being based here, having a long-standing history of some of the clients, and sometimes not just from the private bank, but also sometimes from the commercial bank, this helps to build comfort and underwriting those structures.
Thanks, Matthew. I'm going to ask a follow-up question on that shortly, but beforehand, maybe Michelle, from your perspective, how are you assessing risk across the jurisdictions?
I would say, especially if I want to compare Asia and mainly, let's say, Europe, I think the big difference there is that the average Asian client, if I may say so, is more a person, is an entrepreneur who has his whole wealth still in his company. He got successful, sometimes very quick with a company, is very rich, but everything is still in a company. They don't, or we rarely see that they have these large deposits where they buy shares of companies or whatever other products where to invest. This is more, let's say, the old wealth that we see more in Europe, Western Europe, and then the risk aspect here is that when we see the wealth, when we see the deposits, when we see the assets under management that the client has with us, then it's much easier to assess because we see it here. Whereas if we have a client entrepreneur who got successfully with an internet company and huge valuation of his company, but actually there's not much cash or so around. So the assessment is then much more difficult. And then also maybe we touch it later on when we then come to enforcement of a PG, then it's also, of course, it's much less which is around, especially if then the problem which resulted in a default is actually the company not performing as well. So I think that is a big difference. Another risk consideration, one I think, but it's general, is where is the aircraft? Where is it normally parked? And then that's the question. And if we have to do a repossession, can we access the aircraft? Can we do something? And there, I would say we just need to look at country by country. And as well, in Asia, there are countries where I would think it's rather easy or it's feasible to do a repossession. Other places, I think, would be much more difficult. But when we then look at let's say, Europe or Middle East, basically it's the same thing. There are countries where it's very difficult to repossess and countries where there is no problem. So it's more like country by country difference and not the region in general.
So listening to you all, it sounds, unsurprisingly, Asia is a high-risk jurisdiction, perhaps when comparing to EMEA. But I'm going to put you on the spot and ask, is there then still appetite from a financier's perspective for Asia? I open that question to any of you.
Maybe I'll start since I'm speaking from Asia. The answer is absolutely yes. It's just it's just a different way of underwriting, and I think what helps really it's about mitigating the risk, right? So there are certain risks that you're not going to be able to avoid. So the key one, which I mentioned, repossession enforcement, there are just certain things you're not going to be able to avoid, simply because some of the jurisdictions are a bit more complex, less tested. So how do you mitigate that? And that's when you look at obviously your guarantor and your client, and that's where the relationship will matter. How long have you been following this client? How well do you know them? How well do you know their company? It is true that in Asia, wealth is relatively more recent, but if you have the chance of having maybe followed their company before, that gives you a lot of comfort. So these are avenues to build, I would say, institutional knowledge and comfort to be able to underwrite those deals. So that's kind of how I see it.
Yeah, I can also.
Johan?
Sorry. Yeah, I can also echo that. I think appetite definitely. UBS is very strong in Asia, so we have a lot of ultra high net worth clients who have the magnitude to buy such a plane. So obviously we still have the appetite, and at the end, it's a price reward game. Of course, we also may then look at pricing certain transactions a little bit different to compensate for certain risks we are engaging. If we go to certain other areas in the world, certain pricings may be a little bit different than in Asia. But all in all, I think we probably all agree on this panel that this is a pretty solid business, as long as you really carefully know what you are going into. You need to know your risks, and you also need to know that in case of a default, that all these jurisdictions, as also Matthew pointed out, it is always quite cumbersome to enter into an enforcement because of all different jurisdictions, and also depending where the plane is based. So, but I believe that since we all know these type of risks, and well, actually we believe that we know all the risks after doing this now for many years. We are still sometimes surprised about certain new things which will pop up. But that's the best, I think, as a financier you can do. You just need to know your risks, look into them carefully, do proper due diligence, know even better these days what type of asset you finance, and then I think it is certainly a lot of appetite around.
Well, that's music to my ears. Let's touch on enforcement. I think this is a theme that's come up in the conversation a fair bit. Have you seen more enforcement, repossessions since the onset of COVID, and are there any lessons that you can learn from that you can share with us from some of your war stories? Perhaps Johan, we can kick off with you.
Okay, difficult topic. I think we probably all have made our experience. We have made experience in Asia. We have also made experience in Middle East. So there is no particular, big, I think, we have also been, it's fair to say we have been more active in Asia. But again, I don't believe this has been necessarily triggered by COVID. Looking back a little bit at our trouble cases, if I may call them like that, they started earlier than COVID actually. And enforcing a plane, I think before you really go there, you try everything possible to work with the client and try to find a solution, because there is no appetite for doing these recovery work, particularly also in terms of binding resources internally and all that stuff. So, that's why we carefully try to work with the client. Now, COVID has probably not really created more recovery cases on our side. We had those certain clients which were asking for some sort of help in restructuring the transaction. We had, for example, several clients asking for amortization leave, which is a fair, I think, process. However, we as a lender then need to carefully look into that we don't really just pile on the risk ourselves. Why should we then carry much more risk just to help the client? So we always then try to find a solution where we can get a little bit more risk coverage on one side, and then maybe we can restructure the transaction. But COVID as such has not really created more recovery cases, I think, on our side at least. Now, lessons learned, again, I think this goes back to what I said before. I think you need to do proper due diligence. You need to know your client well. You need also to select the right client, because looking back a little bit on what we have done in terms of recovery, I think 75 or 80% of the cases have been some sort of, it's not just a payment default. It's going much further, that maybe the client will have some sort of problem or some things which you maybe can look into better when you do your due diligence on the client side. So selecting a client, that's really key, I think. And other than that, knowing your risk and knowing the asset you finance, and of course also try to stay to a certain extent conservative in terms of LTV and amortization, because I mean ultimately I think the way I look at it, the plane remains the first source of repayment, and we cannot just simply rely on a personal guarantee because of all the reasons we have mentioned already in this panel.
That's excellent advice. Michelle, have you got some stories or some lessons to add?
Well, unfortunately, no real stories like from repossessions and so. Our plan is, if I may say so, for a recovery. If a client gets into trouble, because we should have, or this is fortunately the normal case, we do have a close collaboration with him. We work with him on many other projects, not just the financing for his aircraft. So we would know relatively early that he gets in trouble, or he would let us know. And then together we can find a plan how to solve it. In many cases, this is then selling the aircraft. So most of the cases where clients got in difficulties, they actually then sold the aircraft, of course, kind of close supervision by us. They let us know who they talk to. And we were able to solve almost all the cases that way. Then, of course, there are the cases when clients are not cooperating or so. This is unfortunate, but normally not the standard cases. It goes back to client selection. It's really not only about the financial strength of a client, also about what type of business person is the client, and how do they behave when they get in difficulties. And when we work with long-standing clients, we normally have an idea who we talk to. So in such cases, then of course it comes to the legal steps, etc. And there, it's very important that, of course, then the aircraft is registered in a register where we do have a possibility also to act according to our English law documents, which is the standard for us. And then we can enforce, we can repossess, and we can properly sell if necessary. And this is what we have been able to do. The lesson is, it's not really a new lesson. It all takes much, much longer than you expect. And in fact, this is kind of like Johan hinted, that the cases we are solving now, they don't come from last year. They sometimes are coming from 2-3 years back, and then it takes very long. And then, of course, the prices that dropped of aircraft last year didn't help in recovering our loans. That is an unfortunate fact. But as I mentioned initially, luckily, this is an exceptional case. The normal case is clients sell their aircraft. By the way, also at a much better price if we would sell, because then everybody knows why we are selling. It's because there is a default behind. If they sell, nobody really knows, and they get a better price, and then they can repay us. And so the one of other lesson learned is that the philosophy that we apply seems to work. Our losses are relatively low. We are not worried at all.
I think that gives us a lot of comfort. So they say in the face of adversity comes opportunity, and we've got 1 minute left, and I'd like to ask Johan perhaps to give your final sentiments about what we can expect and what you hope for the short to medium term future for the corporate jet market.
Well, I'm as a financier, I'm very thankful for seeing stable values. This was mentioned today as well. We are very pleased after a long, I think, many years that we had quite the depreciation on the aircraft values. So my hope and my aim is really that there will be like a continued high demand on the purchase side. Inventories have gone down already significantly. There are not a lot of pre-owned aircraft around. I hope this will be sustainable, that the first-time buyers will continue to buy these planes, and the families who have the funds for that. And then, of course, this may lead to the OEMs to consider production, increase in production again, which would definitely also help us as a financier to also concentrate on new deliveries. And I think, it's a big chance in our industry that the demand will continue to be strong. If we can convey the right message to these type of clients. So I'm very positive in the next couple of years.
Thanks very much, Johan. I share that sentiment. Thank you, panelists. We're done for our session. Thank you all for joining us today.
Thanks a lot. It was a pleasure.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
We're trying to set a world record.
It's the fastest time ever to go from one place on the Earth, over both poles and back to the same point on the Earth, all in under 48 hours.
Calling themselves one more orbit, their goal is to complete the fastest circumnavigation of the Earth via the North and South Poles in a business jet. And they're live streaming the whole thing.
We need to go far and fast. To fly around the Earth is a major undertaking. It's not something you can do by yourself.
What we were achieving was something that has never been achieved before.
The real challenge is making sure the refuels work very, very quickly.
The pit stops.
You could lose a huge amount of time if your refuel was too slow. There are no divert airfields in Antarctica in the midwinter.
Is this mission so important to me that I am happy to risk my life?
1 hour! 1 hour to take off!
And I'm such a tech nerd that yes it is.
One of the problems with being an astronaut is that your bucket list gets too long, and there are so many beautiful places on the planet that you want to see.
This is a beautiful business jet, except normally you don't live in an airplane.
Do you remember when we got ice cream on board ISS?
Yes! We chose the Kennedy Space Center as the location for our launch, where Apollo left from 50 years ago.
I didn't even know satellites could do this.
I figured you must have some engineer and some really good technical people even to make the Wi-Fi work.
One more orbit, Gulfstream G650ER is not going to slow down for anybody. Okay, so this guy is going to catch him up.
Yannicka and Magdalena are probably the only two living females on the planet that have circumnavigated the poles.
Welcome back to Corporate Jet Investor Global 2021. It's the 17th of June 2021, and we're delighted to have thousands of people joining us around the world on the platform and on our site. And we're now going to go to the Middle East, and we're delighted to have Oliver Tebbett. Oliver's a partner at Watson, Farley & Williams, actually now in London, but until last year, he was in Dubai for several years. And I'm delighted to hand over to Oliver, who'll take us through this next panel.
Al, thanks very much for the kind invitation to share this panel. And it's great to be here with everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to some of you as well. As Al says, we're going to turn to the Middle East now. My panel is operating in the Middle East. We've just heard from some aircraft brokers and some financiers, and it's great to see that in many respects the market has been quite resilient, notwithstanding the restrictions of the past 18 months or so. I think in some respects operators are in the front of the front line in terms of the impact of the pandemic. Operating aircraft has been challenging. We've heard from Asia earlier. Obviously, if there are international restrictions, these operations can't happen. Different countries have approached the restrictions in different ways. The Middle East has always been a nexus, a hub, and it's interesting to see how the restrictions have impacted the ability for operators to continue what they're doing or not continue what they're doing, as the case may be. So I've got on my panel this morning Yosef Hafiz from NasJet. He's based in Riyadh. Hi, Yosef. Thanks for joining us. And Mike Berry, I'm hoping, is with us as well. He runs ExecuJet in Dubai, but currently not quite in Dubai, as I believe, over in Perth, Australia, and hoping to get back to the Middle East when these restrictions ease a bit. So thank you both for joining today. Just to highlight the point I raised there, perhaps, Yosef, if I guess the restrictions have been real for 15 months, let's say, and impacting your business very directly. Could you just explain how the kingdom has approached the issue in terms of travel and how that's impacted what you're able to do?
Sure. Thank you, Oliver, for the great introduction. It's wonderful to be here, and thank you to CJI for hosting such a wonderful event. I think it's very positive to bring everybody together, and especially for us here in the Middle East, listening in on how people are doing around the world. Saudi Arabia it's been challenging over the past 15 months for us because we've had somewhat of a complete restriction on international travel since March of 2020. And it's gone on for locals here in Saudi Arabia up to about the end of May 2021. So we have not been able to travel out of the kingdom for roughly 15 months and without very, very special permissions. So they've kept a very tight cap on things. It's done us good because the situation is quite under control. Now things are starting to return to normal, if you will. We're seeing flights picking up internationally. We're seeing a good uptick of domestic travel within the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And also we're seeing new owners who are very interested in flying privately. So it's exciting times ahead for us here in Saudi Arabia.
That's good to hear, Yosef. Thanks for that. About the UAE, I mentioned earlier, very much a hub. And I remember I was still living in Dubai just over a year ago now, in March, when things started to shut down, and we had a very strict regime initially. How has that position evolved through the last year?
Sorry, Oliver, I missed that in the beginning. Was that directed towards myself?
Yes, please. Yeah, if you could just give us a bit of a flavour of how the restrictions have been relevant in the UAE.
Yeah, it's quite something when you just hear what Yusuf has said across the border, how things can be so different. Yeah, UAE, similar to most countries in the beginning of the COVID pandemic, was a total shutdown on that. But following that, we must say the UAE government took the stance that they were going to keep the borders open and put in some strict guidelines. And it's actually worked for us. It's sad to say that in such a pandemic, there's upside business as well. And certainly the UAE has gained by the decision of keeping borders open.
So, I mean, I suppose that's consistent with the UAE's, position as a hub, and welcoming, people from everywhere. And really, I think, it's correct to say that in terms of a Middle Eastern hub, it's been more accessible than others. So, I guess as a bit of a bellwether of how aircraft operating is in the Middle East as a whole, it's probably a slightly more has a wider perspective than perhaps the kingdom. How have things been going at ExecuJet?
As I said, it's for us in the Middle East. What started out as very slow in the beginning of the COVID has turned out to be quite an exceptional run for the past year. We are beating our budget numbers, which was quite a surprise. And we are seeing movements coming through our FBOs that we haven't experienced before. And that's purely just because it is one destination that has remained open. And apart from the initial repatriation flights, our FBO is exceptionally busy, as are the competition on DWC and DXB FBOs. And generally, charter, unfortunately, we don't have a big charter fleet anymore. There's been such a demand for charter as well. We see the foreign operators coming through. It's just sorry that we don't have a fleet like we used to have in the past years.
And where's that traffic coming from, Mike? Is it Europe? Is it CIS, Russia?
It's in the beginning we saw a lot. Obviously, as I said, the repatriation flights, and there were a lot of European repatriation flights. But as time has gone on and foreign borders have remained closed for visitors, we've seen a lot of traffic coming from Moscow, which we haven't seen this much traffic in many a year. We've seen a lot of Azerbaijan flights coming through, Saudi flights, and obviously now with the recent India developments and commercial airlines, the government decision not to allow commercial airlines in, the Indian general aviation traffic has increased substantially.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. So, Yosef, I suppose, as you say, you've not had any of the international travel. Saudi Arabia is a big country, and I'm sure there's been some domestic travel. Has that been keeping things ticking over, or is it just not enough to make a useful difference?
No, I think, Oliver, things have picked up quite a lot domestically here in Saudi Arabia. We've seen we got quite a big land area here, so it can take about 2.5 hours to fly from the east to west. Maybe another 3 or 4 hours to fly from the north tip to the south tip in an airplane, if you were to do that. So there's quite a big, large coverage area to cover here in Saudi Arabia, and we're seeing an uptick in domestic tourism. So people are taking their private business jets to areas they've never been to before because of the restrictions. So they'll go to cities like which is like the Maldives of Saudi Arabia, and cities up in the mountains like AsBAA, cities on the seafront, the Red Sea, if you will, like Jazan and so on. And it's places that our VIPs have never been to before, where they used to fly to Cannes, they used to fly to London, they used to fly to Paris, to Geneva, you name it. So we're seeing a big uptick in domestic travel, which has helped us quite a lot. The government on our side is still flying internationally and domestically. Private sector, if you will, we're seeing a lot of the owners waiting to see what's going to happen. When is Europe going to open? They've just opened recently on the 7th of June, so they're allowing people to apply for visas. So we're seeing some inclination towards more international travel. People do want to travel. They've never been stuck in Saudi Arabia for 15 months, which is quite a long time. So we are going to see an uptick in travel here towards the end of the year.
Oliver, we must say that obviously, as Yusuf said, the borders are recently just opened again. And we were expecting that flood of Saudi traffic, but clearly nobody wants to come to high 40, 50 degree temperatures. So that hasn't materialized other than the flights, the repatriation or stuff flights we've had up till now. So clearly Saudis are looking to travel further afar.
Yeah. Interesting. So FBO activity in the UAE then, Mike, has been really strong. And, as you say, there's charter activity clearly, which you're benefiting from, less directly, but as an FBO. Do you see, in terms of the sort of the managed fleet in the UAE, how do you see that? How do you see that at the moment? Have people been selling aircraft, or are they holding aircraft, or buying? Yeah. What do you see?
Surprisingly, no. Obviously, in the beginning, a number of our fleet were grounded, and one or two still remain grounded because of where they are, the location, and cannot fly. But surprisingly, we've had a lot of inquiries for first-time aircraft purchases in the pre-owned market coming to us for management proposals. We've also seen, surprisingly, one or two owners that were flying privately are now talking about putting their aircraft under commercial operations going forward. Obviously, aircraft on the ground for such a long period of time has hurt financially, and they're looking to either recover or capitalize on the demand in charter at the moment. So generally, our fleet has grown. With the last couple of months, we've added aircraft, and actually this month alone, we're adding another 3 aircraft and 1 early July. So we are seeing growth in the managed fleet.
It's interesting to hear you saying that owners are considering bringing their aircraft into the charter market, and I guess it's quite hard to justify your hourly operating costs when you're operating very few hours. Seem pretty huge, and I think some entrepreneurs obviously are under a bit of pressure. We heard on the financier panel that some owners have been seeking payment deferrals and so on. Do you think are people under pressure that you see? Are people looking to sell, or are they more just holding the aircraft and thinking maybe let's put it onto charter and help just make this a bit less expensive for us?
From what we've seen with a couple of our managed aircraft, even those that we had probably thoughts about whether they're going to sell, no, they've held on to them and the aircraft's just remained grounded. I don't think there's so much pressure to get rid of the aircraft at this point in time. But, and as I said, looking to put it on charter, we've actually had an owner that has withdrawn his aircraft from charter, very similar to what we see in our fleet in Europe, just because under the COVID circumstances, they don't want their aircraft exposed. So I think, it's really just a balance. And obviously the aircraft owners are all industry leaders in the region, and they've got to balance their portfolio of business and the impact that it's had on them.
Sure, yeah. And how about in the kingdom, Joseph? How do you see the fleet there? Is it pretty steady?
Yeah, I would say it's pretty steady. Owners are holding on to their private business jets. They are looking into charter. Believe it or not, it's interesting to hear the previous panel discussing long-range flights versus here. We're having a shift from BBJ owners, Airbus owners who generally fly in very large aircraft, and they're shifting downwards into medium-sized aircraft, if you will, like Gulfstreams. And who were in the Gulfstreams are looking for cheaper options, like the Cessna Citation XL, which we operate. So it's very interesting to see the demand uptick on shorter range aircraft here in the Middle East. We're seeing owners interested in charter demand, so they have gone the extra mile to actually install ionization systems inside their aircraft, which basically neutralize 99% of all viruses, bacteria, and it's proven technology. They're actually working with us right now on our airline, as we are part of a low-cost carrier here in Saudi Arabia called FlyNAS, to install it on the Airbus and prove to the authorities that this actually does neutralize your bacteria, your viruses, and so on, and it's able to almost replace your standard cleaning. So this is a big upsell for us here in the Middle East with those aircraft that have that ionization system installed on it. So bottom line, owners are holding onto their airplanes. They're looking at charter solutions, and some people, especially who generally fly with us, and some newcomers are looking for very affordable charter solutions like on the smaller aircraft.
Yeah, that's really interesting to hear, actually, the last comment about smaller aircraft. And we heard earlier from the Far East sales panel that it's traditionally been very much a big aircraft market, still is. I guess the expectation as a market evolves is that people will perhaps be a bit more discerning about the aircraft for the mission. Perhaps that's the Middle East market it's a mature market now, but it's still, Mike mentioned earlier that at the moment the Saudi market is jumping straight over to Europe. So there's always going to be demand for longer range aircraft. Geographically, that's just how it's got to be. But equally, there is plenty of scope for the shorter range aircraft to be used for cheap, saving much a lot of operating costs. Travel within the region.
Yeah, I think it also takes us back to 2008, 7 before the crash, where we saw the demand for the small aircraft from a business perspective, business managers, not necessarily senior executives, having demand for chartering in the region. And I think post-COVID, this is certainly going to be one of the outcome, is that the demand for the small jets in the region is going to increase again.
Mm-hmm.
And there are not that many in the region.
Yeah, true. No, that's really interesting. And, it also brings me to one of the points which you made, Joseph, earlier about, tourism within the kingdom. And it was really, it was unfortunate timing. I know, Saudi Arabia was presenting itself as a destination to the global market for tourism. And it's obviously, historically not been as easy to visit. And then with that openness, unfortunately, came some travel restrictions, which have really put a dampener on that initiative. So it'll be interesting to see how, hopefully that market can develop, as we go forward and restrictions lift a bit within the region.
Yeah, and I think, Oliver, just to add to that, there's going to be a big push. We've had a year before COVID of tourism where people can get their e-visas. If you're an EU member, American citizen, Australian, or there's a bunch of different nationalities, you're welcome to get your visa on the spot on arrival. This never happened before in the past in Saudi Arabia. So it's opened up a lot of doors for us in tourism. And I believe after we get through this COVID situation, hopefully by the end of this year, beginning of next, tourism will be full-fledged ahead again here in Saudi Arabia. And there's a big push for it. So there's going to be a big demand for people coming in.
Sure. And I mean, in terms of, I think there are some projects, aren't there, new opportunities for travel within Saudi Arabia. How is the whole Red Sea NEOM project developing? Is that still on track, or has it been pushed sideways? Where have we got to with that?
They're full steam ahead. They're all under the Public Investment Fund, PIF, which is one of the largest funds in the world. And it's driven by the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, who has a vision. It's called Vision 2030, where we're going to be hopefully full-fledged ahead with our digital city, which is called NEOM in the northeast corner or northwest corner of Saudi Arabia on the Red Sea. The Red Sea project, if you will, which is going to be similar to the setup in Maldives, probably a little bit different, but it's full-fledged ahead. They're due to open at the end of next year in phase 1. So it's going to be very interesting to see how things are changing here. We're building one of the largest amusement parks in the world, 4 times the size of Disney World, just south of the capital, Riyadh, about an hour south. So there's a big push for these new projects coming up, which is going to really enhance tourism in the future.
Will you be able to buy a beer?
Oliver, that's been discussed. That's, believe it or not, under the table. I'll tell you, it's gonna. I believe it is. Don't quote me on that, but it's gonna happen.
We'll have to wait and see. Right,
definitely.
So I think, I was going to just touch on some of the regulatory developments we've seen in the region, just moving away perhaps a little bit from travel and how that's becoming a bit more normal. Saudi Arabia for many years actually, the sort of Part 125 operating certificate, the requirement for aircraft to be operated under a sort of GACA supervision, GACA oversight, has been discussed. We've discussed it for years now. Is that now actually being realised as an initiative? Is it actually, it's happening? Yeah.
It is. It's a very good question, Oliver. I've discussed this at my first panel event for CJI. And they were kind enough to invite me in 2018 in Dubai. And we had a big discussion and a follow-up discussion in 2019. It's full-fledged ahead with the new regulations. The owners here in Saudi Arabia are either required to have a private operator certificate under private rules and regulations, or be under a commercial operator certificate in AOC. So there's A or B, there's no other choice. Now, owners that are locals or companies, if you will, Saudi-owned companies who base their aircraft here in Saudi Arabia are interested in flying in or flying out or flying within the country, all are going to be required to be on an operator certificate. Now, the nice part about this is that it's regulating the business, where we used to have a lot of gray market charter in the past. Now we're seeing that probably downsized by maybe 90% less than what we used to have 10 years ago. So it's a big plus that operators are regulated and operators are controlling these aircraft and are helping owners, streamline this process.
And Mike, how is the? That's interesting to hear, Joseph. I mean, regulators are often, considered impediments to business sometimes, and they're more focused on airlines than general aviation, and sometimes that comes at a cost. So it's interesting to hear that GACA's influence here is generating a positive result. Mike, how are things going in the UAE with the GCAA? Is there a similar increase in oversight? Is that going in a positive direction, or how do you see things there?
Yeah, well, the GCAA with their Foreign Operators Department, which I stand corrected, I think was established a few years back, they started open discussions with all operators about foreign-based aircraft and how they're operating. So we have seen that Foreign Operator Department has become more active. They are doing a lot more RAM checks than what in the past. And with a view to also, we've even seen that the typical grounding under the rules and that has happened. And I think going forward, what they're trying to do is establish the database of which aircraft are based there permanently and make sure that the base approval is received, which is above GACA to get that approval. So yeah, that remains. And I think even through this period of COVID with the RAM checks, one or two operators have been fined for non-compliance.
Paul Vanderbloms asked a question. Obviously, Paul was in Dubai for a long time, saying that business jet operators could sell seats on aircraft, but the GCAA wouldn't permit it. Is that something you've heard about? Trying to sell shared flights, as it were?
Yeah, I think that's something that they didn't want operators to get into a commercial type arrangement. Yeah, to keep control of it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So
I think it's all part of understanding the foreign operators that do come through Dubai and how they are operating, ensuring that register yourself, get yourself compliant. Great.
Okay. So in terms of the future, what sort of trends, we've heard about the Red Sea project and NEOM. What other destinations? I mean, obviously travel between the UAE and Israel has been, quite a topic lately. Is that something you're seeing? Do you see that as a growth market? Obviously not a huge market, but another market which can help. For Mike?
Yeah. I think from our stand, we obviously, when the rules changed, we welcomed the first aircraft from Israel through our FBO. And it certainly opened up opportunities that we can see there from a charter perspective. There's opportunity. But unfortunately, given the circumstances of the last couple of weeks and months, it's slowed everything down, border regulations, etc. And so on. But I think going forward, and it's something that we have actively ExecuJet engaged with partners that came across, and we've recently announced that we are putting our flag in the ground in Tel Aviv for a FBO support operation, and looking to develop a charter department with our partners in Tel Aviv to join the network.
Interesting. And Joseph, flights between the Kingdom and Israel, is that still?
Well, for a fact, Oliver, that the airspace is open. So Israeli flag carriers are able to fly over Saudi airspace. This alone is a big achievement. This has never happened in the past in the history of Saudi Arabia. So this is a big step forward. I think, in improving relationships between both countries. So let's see how it pans out. Still no direct flights, let's put it that way, between here and Israel, but the airspace is, at least they're flying over, saving them quite a lot on costs.
Great, thanks. Now, just a topic which has been very much in the press is environmental issues, ESG, and one of the topics which has been raised in the context of aviation is sustainable aviation fuel. Now, obviously the Middle East is a lot of fuel in the Middle East, and it's not that sustainable generally. Is that something that your users have you had any inquiries about that? Do you think that's something that is going to be a hot topic for you going forward, something that you will focus on as organizations? Joseph?
Yeah, I think so, Oliver. Very, very big push forward for sustainable fuel. Believe it or not, the Red Sea Project and NEOM both are focused on sustainable aviation fuels and sustainable energy in the future. So there's a big push, even though Saudi Arabia still relies heavily on oil. But the intention is by 2030 is that we rely much less on oil and we look at other sources of income. So I think that sustainable fuel, I hear it being talked about quite often within the government when I talk to our clients. And they're all asking me, can you provide this? Can you help? Do you have aircraft that can fly with sustainable fuel? Can you help us source some airplanes, and so on. So it's a topic, it's a start, and I think it's a good start forward. So let's see how it pans out.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, the UAE is, I know, has pushed solar energy and sort of renewable energy generally as a country, notwithstanding obviously the oil exports. Mike, is it also something that you're hearing a lot about?
Yeah, as you say, sustainability is certainly on there, but fuel is not something that has come across our desk from an ownership point of view or thing. But obviously, as a Lux Aviation Group, sustainability going forward is a big driver of ours, and fuel being part of that. So it's going to be one of the challenges when we start bringing it in closer to home in the Middle East and having those discussions.
Great. I guess just one more regulatory point here, which is something I've always thought quite useful for aircraft which are in Saudi Arabia, is the 83 bis arrangements and relationships that Saudi Arabia has. Now, obviously, there's Cayman and San Marino and lots of other relationships there. What about between the UAE and Saudi Arabia? Paul van der Blom's wondering whether you see any prospect of that, either of you, in fact.
That's a good point, Oliver. I think we're very fortunate here with our authorities that they've signed probably with 9 or 10 different registries in Article 83 bis. So what does that mean? You're able to bring in a Cayman registered aircraft, add it onto a commercial Saudi AOC, and operate commercially within the kingdom and to and from the kingdom. You mentioned Aruba, you mentioned San Marino. All of those countries have an Article 83 bis signed with the authorities. So that makes life a lot easier for us because there's an oversight between both regulatory bodies, allowing us to, as let's say the General Authority of Civil Aviation, GACA, to, for example, issue pilot validations for people who are flying Cayman registered aircraft and so on. So we have, within AsJet, we have probably 5 or 6 different registries ourselves. FAA, November registered, which from day one, they've been on, they've had an agreement between each other to operate commercially and also privately within the kingdom. Obviously Hotel Zulu, Saudi, Cayman, San Marino, and also Bermuda. Bermuda has not yet finalized that agreement with GACA. I know they've tried to work on it, but there's some type of an agreement set up between them where they allow an aircraft to be added onto the AOC. So I think it's a big plus for us. Gives us freedom.
No, so it gives a huge amount of flexibility. I wonder whether, whether there could be an 83 bis between the UAE and Saudi, given the closeness of that relationship. It conversely might make it impossible. I don't know. What do you think, Mike?
At this point in time, that's never come across discussions. And I think there's a few other things that trying to work on before they even start raising that issue.
Yeah. Well, who knows? Maybe
we'll give that to Ali Al Nakbi to work on.
There you go. That's all right. That's good.
I think we might be drinking beer by the Red Sea before we have an answer to that one.
Yeah.
Anyway, we're up on time now, so thanks very much for both of you for your answers. It's been a real pleasure speaking to you both. I shall hand back to Al and the team, but again, thanks.
Thanks, gents. Nice chatting to you.
Built to go the distance. Built to fly.
So much to that panel. That was fantastic. We're now going to move from the Middle East to Africa. We're delighted to have Jane Stanbury moderating this session. Jane's actually coming to us from Montreal, where she can also recommend some of the best bars in the city. But it's an area that she's extremely passionate about and has been extremely involved in. So Jane, over to you. And also thanks to our sponsors for this session, which are Crimson and Vertis.
Al, thanks very much. Morning, everybody. Welcome to the Africa panel. I'd like to thank Al and the team for the opportunity, and also, once again, Vertis and Crimson for sponsoring this section of the CJI Global event. It's much appreciated. Ahead, I'd like to ask the audience how hard it is to operate in Africa. The poll should come up, and if you could just let us know about what makes it hard operating in Africa. I'm interested to see what the results are. So I think they're going to put the poll up now. You can see I have a great esteemed set of panelists with me this morning. Just going around, there's GAM ExecuJet, Darren from Crimson, JP from NAC, and James from Vertis. If you'd like to find out more about them, please go to their profiles, because they are all on the event platform, and that will be the best way to find out more. So I think we'll just get on with things, guys. So it seems that there is some perception that it's hard to operate in Africa. JP, how far do you think that reflects the reality? What are the principal operating challenges? Is it regulatory? Is it financial? Open skies, restricted flying? What are the issues?
Morning, Jane. Morning, panelists, and to all our other colleagues in the industry. I think for me, if I've got to tackle these, we probably need to start at the Yamoussoukro decision, which interestingly enough was taken roughly 33 years ago. And that time there was a single African air transport market agreement that was signed. And the bottom line is, to this day, it still hasn't happened. And the primary reasons behind that is that the local carriers want someone in their own territory that's able to compete. There's, of course, the issue of safety, environmental issues, common standards of delivery, airfields with the same sort of infrastructure that becomes a problem. I can just give you a quick example. If you lived in Lagos, Nigeria, and you wanted to go to the Cape Verde Islands, which are just off the coast of Africa, which if you flew directly would have been a 4-hour flight, you have to go from Lagos to Casablanca, which will be a 5-hour flight. You've got to lay over for 12 hours. Then you've got to go from Casablanca to Cape Verde, which will be another 3 hours, if I'm not mistaken. So I think all in all, you're in for a 20-hour flight, which gives you an idea of the difficulties that we have with open skies in Africa. So I think there's much to be done. There's a lot of cooperation that's required, and I don't really know if the will is there to get it achieved. We've seen our own Civil Aviation Authority regulator, the head and the director, Poppy Koza, often speak about this, saying that she'd love to hear and see more cooperation, and that regulators must unite, and that the community must support this to happen. But I think as of now, and we will hear from the other panelists as well, it definitely isn't open skies yet. And the mere fact that you need a 72-hour time frame for any clearance that you required into Central or West Africa probably gives you a good indication of that. In terms of regulations, excuse me, I think it's definitely not standardized. Africa remains hugely fragmented. If you just look at the continent and you look at the 54 countries, it's the same problem that we see with COVID. One closes, one opens, one static, and so forth. It moves and everyone wants to be sovereign. And I think a good measure of this is the fact of how many non-African registered aircraft we're starting to see in Africa that are owned by African owners and operators. And that's really because of the regulatory requirements, where they feel more comfortable on San Marino, Sao Tome, perhaps Isle of Man, etc. Various other flags of registration that seems to be more convenient. And then in the financial circumstances or in the financial environment, I think it's probably fair to say that Africa remains a difficult area. Most of us try to do our agreements and contracts internationally in terms of dollars in Africa, because that's the most traded currency. But more often than not, if you just think of Brazzaville, Congo, for instance, or Central African Republic, at some point they're going to ask you to get paid in CFA, and then you've got no way to convert that. Angola, you can't get dollars at the moment, and so forth. There are various countries throughout Africa. So transferring money is not so much the issue as access to the funds and regularity of being able to receive your payments. At the end of the day, the best advice is really just to try and deal with customers on the other side and with partners with who you've got an established relationship and who both of them from both sides can ensure the liquid flow of funding as and when required to keep the contracts and operations going.
Thanks for that, JP. That's interesting. And if I could just come across to Dawit, I know that you with Ethiopia and unfortunately the troubles that have been there, you've experienced the government locking down the ability to transfer funds. That's something that's been a bit of a challenge for you this year. Do you think that changes the perceptions of working and operating Africa, just this kind of constant moving dynamic landscape?
Yeah, I think in terms of perceptions, if I will, I'll start at kind of the 50,000 view. I think overall the perception of Africa, whether it's aviation, business aviation, or any sector, is rather poor across the world. But I will say that some of the perceptions are founded. It is very difficult to operate in Africa. But I would say that the counter to that is making sure that you develop relationships with people on the ground. Africa has 54 different countries, which means 54 different civil aviation authorities, which means 54 different ways of processing, whether it's permits or ground handling, corporate culture, whatever you want. So I think the major perception is that Africa is one big country, or one big continent, which is not the case, of course. And naturally as well, the whole perception of business aviation in general, corporate aviation, does have a negative internal perception. So I just was talking about the external perception, but the internal perception of business aviation being kind of a luxury or the high net worth individual or the presidential aircraft kind of exclusive has led to a misunderstanding of what business aviation is, especially within Africa. And I think that again, working with local knowledge, understanding, for those, outside of Africa coming into Africa, I highly advise to make sure that you're working with someone who's on the ground, or at least if you have from the flight support perspective, if you're working with a global ITP, make sure that global ITP actually has a local agent in that country you're going to. What actually hurts perception is the fact that maybe the operations OCC is being managed by a company not on the continent, as we call it, by remote control, with no real agent on the ground or no relationships on the ground. And then what happens is of course services don't get delivered because there's no agent on the ground. So I would highly advise or push to defeat those purposes or those perceptions. Really, operators, stakeholders, anybody who's operating into Africa, make sure you have a direct link or a direct communication with the person on the ground that you're going to, and that will really help defeat a lot of the perceptions, because that person can actually answer your questions directly. They can tell you, in fact, on the phone, they can tell you if it's raining outside or not, per se. But the other way around, I think we here in Africa, we count on business aviation stakeholders outside of Africa to help us or to work with us in creating awareness about what business aviation is all about, being a time-saving tool, a business tool, economic drivers, et cetera, because which Africa is ripe for. I mean, with the lack of ground infrastructure, JP alluded to it earlier. To get from point A to point B is very difficult, and that's something that a business aircraft is well suited for. So really, whether it's direct engagement with authorities, or even the private sector, we really count on the associations as well as the other operators really to lend us a hand in creating awareness to defeat that internal perception. So just to summarize, it's a double-edged sword. We have the external perception of what operating in Africa is like, and then we have the internal perception of what a business jet aircraft is properly being used for.
And do you think the problems with the commercial flights, is that the commercial airlines kind of being government run, so the business is squeezed out, has that changed through the pandemic?
Yeah, actually, the pandemic. Yeah, the pandemic was actually a blessing in disguise, in the sense that because the airspaces were shutting down and commercial airlines were no longer flying, the only way to get around was with a charter, and whether it was medevac or medevac or evacuations, repatriations, et cetera. And there was one airline flying, which was Ethiopian Airlines, which is the largest airline in Africa, and the most dominant airline in Africa. And because they were still flying to a lot of the destinations outside of Africa, what you saw was a lot of a perfect storm, or best case scenario, where you had business aviation interlining with commercial aviation. You had people coming from all over Africa on whether it was a private jet or Cessna Caravan, or even chartered commercial airliners, and then they'd come from all over the continent, and then they would then jump onto an Ethiopian Airlines flight to Europe, Asia, North America, etc. And what that actually did was it actually showed Ethiopian Airlines that business aviation is actually complementary. Like we were able to function through the pandemic, and Ethiopian Airlines was actually the only airline that was profitable all 4 quarters last year, and that was due to business aviation being able to transport the passengers from all over Africa and put them on and bring them here to Addis Ababa, and then Ethiopian Airlines having passengers to take to Europe and Asia, Middle East, and America. So I think it was a critical paradigm shift that's still occurring. It's not done yet, but it's still moving in that direction. And then second, civil aviation authorities, government authorities all over the continent actually saw, wow, okay, this is the only way to get to do what we have to do as government officials, or if a certain embassy wants to evacuate its staff. They saw the value. They saw the value of business aviation creating not just time saving, but mobility. And I think we have to, again, from a perception perspective, we have to really leverage what has happened in the last 15 months in front of the government authorities and also the commercial airlines, and say, hey, look, we're not a competitor to the government airline. And then to the governments, we have to tell them, we're actually, add value. We are actually, you've seen the value of business aviation. So I think the pandemic actually, unlike most places, I think, across the world, it was actually a benefit benefit per se to business aviation on the continent.
Okay, thanks for that, Darren. That's interesting, and it suggests to me that there'll be more people flying on business aviation. There'll be more use of FBOs, or the need to give them that private experience. Gavin, if we could just come across to you at ExecuJet in South Africa, I'm wondering how the pandemic has resulted for you in terms of operating challenges, and in terms of maintenance, keeping the FBO running. Has it been an easy or a really complex last 12 months or so for you? Gavin, you're muted. That's it.
I'm not.
You good?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you're good.
Right, let me start again. I wasn't, but let me start again. I said, good afternoon, Jay, and fellow aviation colleagues. To answer your question, from a Lanseria point of view, where we're based at one of our locations, We were closed for a year. Lancero lost international status, so we obviously lost most of our fixed base operation business, and we saw ourselves operating out of Oliver Tambo. Once we regained the international status in the airport, we soon got the traffic back. What has the experience been like? You mentioned, can it be done virtually? No. The arrangement and the oversight can be done virtually, but the hands-on one-on-one cannot be done virtually. To improve the FBO experience from a client's perspective, you obviously want to see reduced rates and discounts, but that's not always the most operative things to do. So where we see an improvement in FBO is to increase standards within Africa. We really see that there is commercial airlines combining FBO operations they have two arms. They'll handle a 737, and at the same time, the same staff will handle a BBJ or Global. And we see that the standard is not where it should be. We've got an FBO in Seychelles, as you know, and that's one of the encounters we have seen there, that the clients have seen the difference in the standard between the commercial and the pure FBO per se. What we also see is that we would like to see that the airport authorities are a bit more control over who they exercise FBO licenses for, and make sure that that's up to standard. You know, a lot of airports, if you rent a hangar and you've got a facility, you can call yourself a fixed base operation, but you don't have all the necessary GSE, you don't have proper trained personnel, you don't have the necessary licenses and sort of training and approvals in place. So that's really where we see how we can improve the FBO experience, a bit more standardizing, a bit more control over commercial versus fully fledged business jet aviation FBO, and just a bit more improving all standards all around. In terms of supporting incoming aircraft for maintenance, it's been a bit of a challenge. As you know, we've got the MRO based at Lancero and got a big MRO in Lagos. Getting the spares in firstly with lack of passenger flights and cargo flights in the beginning was quite troublesome, but that has eased off a bit now that a bit more of the cargo flights and the passenger flights are allowed into the countries. So we saw a roll-on effect where obviously the AOG times were increased, where we had to get engineers on site from the OEMs. Obviously, it's huge visa implications, getting the guy in country, possibly going into quarantine, coming out of quarantine, and then only being able to do the job. The reluctancy of the OEMs wanting to position to countries like Lagos or Seychelles or even South Africa. So we have seen some issues there, but they all seem to be ironing themselves out as we go along. Obviously, with the inconsistency in the sort of the government regulations as in who can come and who can't come in, that hasn't helped. But well, business as usual, and it has taught us a lot of new lessons.
Thanks for that, Gavin. It's interesting stuff. And I know that didn't you just recently get your Part 145 confirmed in South Africa? Is it in South Africa?
Yeah, on the maintenance side, the 145 FA, the approval we got at the beginning of this month. As you know, ExecuJet, it's sold the MRO side about 2 years ago today, so, but we still operate them in the same umbrella and we still sister companies. So it affects both sides of the operation because we do operate quite a few unregistered aircraft on the African continent. But
well, it's good news. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So you were talking there about the fact that you just need to rent a hangar and you could call yourself an FBO. That might be disappointing for some of the international visitors who have expectations of what an FBO considers. And James from Vertis, I know you're the only panelist not actually based in Africa. You're based in Europe, but you have a huge amount of work going on in Africa. So you just have to deal with managing expectations of crew, passengers all the time. Do you find that challenging because it changes?
Yeah, morning, Jane, and morning, everybody. Yeah, and I think, look, managing expectations is broadly the challenge of our business, really, and certainly when it comes to our customers in particular, and perhaps more broadly, we see that people are just becoming much more used to quicker access to services. And when that translates into Africa, and referring back to JP in the sort of 3 to 5 day lead times, managing that balance of people wanting to get mobile versus the inherent sort of delay in getting things approved, that's sort of our biggest challenge from connecting our passengers to the continent and when they're within the continent. I think sort of moving on from that into the supply side of things, with operators, there are some massive centres of aircraft where, certainly if we look to South Africa and Johannesburg and West Africa, where we know there is quite a constant supply, but, Africa is a huge continent. And so, we do sometimes, like others, lean on transient aircraft. And so that's quite hard to manage that balance when there's sort of a changing regional supply. And so I suppose really that's our key, challenge from our side in connecting those things.
That's yeah, I can imagine that. But you have intra-Africa clients as well, don't you? Traveling within Africa, are their expectations different to the international customers, or is it all very similar?
I think, like everybody, the more regular flyers become used to the regional challenges that exist. Certainly those who fly often know that there is going to be a delay in getting that permit approval or overflight. International passengers, that's definitely a different conversation. I think over the years, our customers are now looking for newer aircraft, more VIP configured aircraft. There certainly seems to be a slow but increasing supply of that across the region, and that comes to the transient aircraft topic. We of course have got the 604 in West Africa, which has done quite nicely. But it's definitely unique in that respect.
Well, the good news is from the first poll, the audience seems to think that operating in Africa is improving. 60% of them suggested that they think it's easier, or not easier, but it is improving in operating in Africa. So that's good news. So I'd like to ask the audience on our second poll what delegates perceive to be the hardest part about operating in Africa. So it'll be interesting to see what the stumbling blocks still are. In terms of looking to the future, Darren, maybe we could come to you on what you think might drive the business growth recovery looking towards 2022 and onwards.
Sure. I think I alluded to that earlier. I think first and foremost is really the understanding, better awareness within governments, airlines about the purpose of business aviation. I always use the anecdote at every conference and virtual event I attend. In Africa, the operation of a Cessna Caravan or even a Cessna 172 can be considered a business aviation operation. When a farmer who wants to get from his farm outside of the main trading post flies into town to trade and goes back, he's actually technically, according to the FAA, pure definition of business aviation, has conducted a business aviation operation. So I think starting at that level and then moving up to larger jets. So again, touching on the perception, awareness, etc. I think that there are great opportunities for growth just because of all the fastest growing economies in Africa, etc. But JP alluded to finance. I think that could be an issue. But as the economies are growing, there was recently the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, which makes Africa the largest free trade zone on the planet. Tourism is booming. So I think that intra-continental trade will drive business aviation, and then finally just greater understanding from commercial airlines. The commercial airlines promoting and kind of maybe even holding hands with business aviation, working together to grow the big picture. Which is at the end of the day economic resurgence, economic growth, and how each one plays a role. I think if commercial airlines stakeholders and business aviation stakeholders could sit at the same table, I think we'd see a significant opportunity there, especially because per se the proof of concept was done last year during the pandemic. So I think that's really what will drive. There's also a lack of commercial air network. Outside of the Eastern Africa, one of the reasons that Western Africa is booming relatively in business aviation is because they have very poor commercial airline connectivity. Whereas here in Eastern Africa, we have Ethiopian Airlines, we have Kenya Airways, we have Rwandair, so we have good connectivity. So it's kind of it's again another double-edged sword. But at the end of the day, I just think working together with our commercial airline counterparts, working with government stakeholders and authorities, will definitely drive growth. And finally, on the let's say the actual commercial side, I think the growth of the Africa free trade, single market, plus SATAM, the single air transport, our open skies, and then tourism, manufacturing, and these other industries. I think those will drive growth if all three of those points, kind of the triangle, somehow meet at the same table or see eye to eye.
And I'm going to come to JP now because I know he always has an interesting view on what there might be threats to growth. JP, what do you imagine might be the obstacles that African business aviation has to overcome?
I think at the moment we've got to be cognizant of where we are in reality and divide it into two segments, short-term and long-term essentially. And short-term primarily influenced through the lens of COVID. There's a McKinsey research graph floating around that I don't have it yet to present, but essentially they went and did a study and said which industries were going to be affected first by COVID, which of them going to go to the deepest part of the trough, and which of them are going to be last to recover. So essentially you can think of this very large inverse sine wave. And interestingly enough, the three most affected in all instances, first to be affected, deepest to be affected, and last to recover, are tourism, conferencing, and aviation. And of those, if you build a heat map, aviation forms the longest. So for me, the immediate short term is that's about survival. We've mentioned this before in other conferences, is getting through. So I think long term, the threats are less. I think long term, Africa has to recover. Africa has to become open to the world, and specifically there, I think of things like international investment, inward investment. We have to raise our standards. The more we have our standards up to international standards, the more international funding will feel welcomed and embraced. And by that, I'm talking right across the board. I'm not just talking aviation. I'm talking governmental, sovereign, financial, banking systems, etc. A big ongoing challenge, which I don't know how we're going to manage, is the exchange rate volatility. We've seen that. If I can just use South Africa and Nigeria as quick examples. South Africa, just during the past year, have gone basically from around 13 Rand to the dollar to just shy of 20 Rand to the dollar. And today we're trading back at around 14 Rand to the dollar. So that's huge volatility. If that happened in a euro-yen pair or a euro-dollar pair, the world would be upside down. So for us, from an ownership, planning, spare parts, management perspective, managing revenue and expenses, that becomes a very, very real and large challenge. And I think another thing which will always be a challenge is the continual upward curve of the manufacturing costs of aircraft, parts costs, maintenance costs, which of course doubles the effect of the exchange rate variation. So for me, that's a very significant area of focus that we need to try and find ways to reduce that. We've got to show that our operations are strong, that we've got high standards. Those will bring people back to Africa and give them the confidence. And I think confidence is really what we need to foster. We need to get our aircraft transaction market strong again. On the operational side, I think it's reasonable, and I'm not talking big-time commercial operations. The large commercial operators, the airlines are still suffering heavily. But some of the smaller operators that provide essential services in particular, they're going along reasonably well. The individual sales market has definitely plummeted. It's definitely gone slower. But at the moment, it seems to be lifting its head a little bit here and there. And I think that's trailing the American market, which is very active and booming at the moment. But of course, Africa is not America, so we're going to have to look at that. And I think at the end of the day, what we have to try and do is we've got to say, guys, let's make Yamoussoukro's decision for open skies a real serious focus. And that we're going to do through standardization and collaboration.
Okay, that's so. JP, Darren, any of you, do you think there's a place for digital transactions, digital currency transactions in Africa to kind of circumvent the challenges of Forex?
I'll chat to that. I've got quite a significant interest in digital currencies and blockchain and the like. So yes, it can, but it won't take away the exchange risk. And the problem for that is you've got digital currencies which aren't uniformly traded across the globe. People acknowledge it as a form of storage of asset value, but how you convert that asset value into something tangible, in other words, the transition from digital to fiat currency, where you need some form of exchange, where I take my 2 Bitcoin and I go to Gavin and I say, Gav, here's my payment for my services on the G5 that I bought to you. And he says, fantastic, but I can't eat Bitcoin. Can you give me Rand? I've now got to find a way of converting that. And the base currency of Bitcoin remains dollar. So at the end of the day, there's still going to be a transactional difference in the currencies. So what you could bank on, if you had that sort of appetite for volatility, is you could bank on that. Hopefully the digital currency would give you the upside that would take away the volatility. Anybody who's looked at those graphs will know that it goes the other way as quickly as well.
I think I'll answer just.
I think there is actually scope for a solution like that, and somebody just needs to get their head around how to manage that.
I mean, I'll just add kind of the other side. I feel that, again, I mentioned before, you got 54 different countries, 54 different currencies. So what you see is a traditional pegging towards the US dollar. And, you know, going back to what I said about perception, internal perception here, you know, a lot of countries in Africa are cash-based. Seeing is believing. I want to see the cash in my hand. So, you know, even sometimes a wire transfer, you can send them the SWIFT copy, which is an official bank document stating the money's been wired. They will not preserve it until the money is in their account. They can actually physically see it. So I think Bitcoin would be very difficult, not all across the continent, but in digital currencies, I think it will be very difficult across a lot of countries because of the, like I said, seeing is believing. I want to see I want to touch the cash. I want to hold it. I want to see it in my bank account. So that is another perception perspective that we'll have to overcome before digital currencies enter or are accepted widely. Because right now, even wire transfers, official wire transfer slips or SWIFT copies are not really accepted until the cash is in the bank.
Yeah. And James, I know from the Vertis perspective, you've already looked at digital currency and you're operating some flights transacting with digital currency. Do you see that as something that might be potential for operations for you in Africa?
Yeah, look, it's something that's been talked about for many years, and for us as well. We started doing our first digital currency flights this year. That was actually across in the US. That's now coming here to Europe. I think it will absolutely be something within the next few years, but like the panelists have said, cash is king and people do want to see it. And so until people start regarding the digital currency as something more physical, then there might be a bit of apprehension and uptake. And to what JP said on the volatility of that, there's still the risk and the value from the value side of things. But yeah, from our side, it's definitely something that we're increasingly talking about and now transacting in. So I would anticipate it, much like booking flights through digital channels. I would expect this to become more of a sort of a prevalent topic over the next few years.
And what do you think? What else might drive charters in Africa in the next 12 months? Do you have any sense of that?
Yeah, I mean, look, from our side, I think it would be a more broader return to international flying. Yes, there is still that demand to fill where commercial connections are no longer present. But I think more generally, there will need to be a lot more positivity and sort of content passengers happy to move between continents. We're still optimistic about that happening at some point through this year, perhaps not as early as we'd have all wanted, but I think that sort of return of international flying will be a big driver in the region.
Okay, and Gavin, if I can just come to you, I mean, James is talking there about potentially new clients coming into Africa. Dawit mentioned the growing economies. Are you planning? Do you think you're going to see more operations next year in the next 12 months through 2022?
Yeah, I definitely think so. And I definitely think that COVID has taught us some lessons. It's made us a lot more business wiser. It's made us relook at the way we do business. It's made us a lot leaner, a lot smarter. It's forced us to diversify and look at other business streams that we never looked at before. It's had a lot of positive impact in terms of social hygiene and personal hygiene. We've seen a lot of collaboration between competitors where you just, everyone's looking for a bit of piece of the pie, and you tend to share a little bit more and to trust a little bit more with your competitors to try to just get some form of business. So that's been good in sort of streamlining those relationships as well. And I've also seen that the corporate individual has seen the value of chartering a private jet, not only from the ease and through the airport in terms of volume of passengers and people you come into contact with, but just in terms of the normal, times and just no contact with any other possible COVID positive patients or subjects. So we've definitely seen some good come out of it, and we've definitely seen a lot of collaboration. And going forward, to answer your question, I can only see it going from strength to strength. And I see that as EXO and JP by working together and streamlining the processes and their standards.
That's great. And if I was to ask you to look at which of the countries, areas, regions to watch over and throughout 2022, have you got any ideas about where they are?
Watch negatively or positively?
Positively, of course.
Definitely East Africa.
Definitely
East Africa. What David said as well, it's not such a rampant charter market there because they've got a lot more connectivity with some reliable, commercial airlines. But definitely East Africa, Rwanda, Burundi, Kenya, those countries. Not to write West Africa off, but it's a lot harder in my perspective to do business there. If I had a magic wand, I would really look in those, in East African areas. I think that's the business to watch.
That's good news for you, Darren. Yeah. So I've just looked at the results from the last poll, and you'll be pleased to know that there are 16.7% of the audience exploring opportunities for operating in Africa. So I would encourage those people to make contact with our panelists today if they're interested.
I think they're using the wrong suppliers. And that's what's giving them the negative.
They need to move in, yeah. So overall, I'm hearing that there is a very, very slight incline upwards in terms of operations business. If we think about what's going to help make people make the decision to come to Africa, let's look at handling, for example. Darren, I know you've just been appointed to the AsBAA standards board, and it's the first time there's been an African representative on that standards board. What do you think that signifies for African business aviation? Is it that there's now international recognition, there's a market that matters and needs identifying and building on? What do you see as that one?
I think two sides. I think the fact that I think AsBAA has identified that they need a local person, like I was talking about earlier, someone from the continent to help raise the standards for AsBAA certified ground handlers. We do have a few. I know ExecuJet is AsBAA certified, and EAN, Best Fly, but very few compared to, if you take the percentage, it's very small. So they've identified the difficulty of getting or making maybe ground handlers understand. But two, I think also was alluded to earlier. Gavin was saying that a lot of the ground handlers, these virtual FBOs, are actually commercial ground handlers handling private jets. So they're more concerned about the ASBAA certification. But for us, it's a great opportunity. I mean, I'm locally based. I speak the language through the African Business Aviation Association. JP and Gavin, James, you need to come to our next event. We're going to work hard on leveraging this opportunity to communicate both with our colleagues on the continent, but also making sure that we are properly promoting the standards, working in line with the standards board, and making sure that there's a clear communication and clear perception, understanding. So I just think that this wonderful appointment for me is it's given us an opportunity to actually finally create that link, that direct line between what expectations are, what reality is, and helping and communicating to our colleagues here on the continent on the importance of standards, how to raise standards, and at the end of the day, letting them understand that becoming ISBA certified actually helps them commercially, as most operators coming from outside of Africa are definitely going to pick someone who has ISBA certification over a non-certified ground handler.
Okay, so we're coming to the end of our time, so I'm just going to put everybody on the spot and ask one top tip for operating in Africa. What would it be? For James, what's your top tip?
A resonant theme throughout, but local partnerships absolutely key.
Okay, Gavin?
Be prepared for irregular circumstances and situations.
Always have a plan B. Okay, Darren?
Oh, I'm going to reiterate what James said. Local knowledge, local boots on the ground.
And finally, JP for that word of wisdom.
Let me try and do something different. I think truthfully, a big challenge for local operators is not to try and compete before you've got your standards at a level that's internationally accepted. And by that, I think AsBAA and AsBAA can offer you huge benefits, and that of course plays back to what James has just said of local partnerships knowledge, and that'll prepare you for what Gavin has said for the unexpected, because that is going to come across your past. And my secret tip in brackets is get your money up front.
Great advice from JP. And on that note, I will say thank you very much, panelists, for sharing your time with us today. Really appreciate it. Great insight on operating in Africa. And I hope that the delegates will take the time to ask you some questions, and feel free to get in touch with you as well. So thank you all.
Thank you all. Thanks very much.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you so much to Jane and the panelists. Get your money up front is just a great lesson for life, I think. Fantastic. We've traveled around Australia, Asia, Africa, and the Middle East. We're now going to go globally. We're delighted to have Jean-Noel Robert from Airbus Corporate Jets joining us, and he's going to take us through what's been a very busy 12 months for Airbus Corporate Jets. Jean-Noel, ça va?
Très bien, et toi?
Oui, ça va bien, merci.
I'm still struggling with my name, all I can tell. Johnny Christmas is probably easy for you.
Jean-Noel, I've been working on this for hours. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
So what's going on at Airbus?
Well, we've been very busy. You mentioned it, you're right. The last 12 months was absolutely stunning. And the teams here in Toulouse has been super busy. But not only in Toulouse, I mean, around the world, we've been working essentially on the CJ220, but not only. I mean, if I look at what happened last year, for example, if you look at 2020, if you could put up the slide, we have 6 deliveries that taken place, and just to be noticed in the COVID environment, that's 100% our planned delivery. So there's none of our customers backed up or asked to reschedule or cancel their orders. All of them wanted to take deliveries and were really eager to get their aircraft. We also had a busy year with 12 new orders, and that's a book-to-bill ratio 2 to 1. Sorry, 2 to 1. I think is noticeable in the COVID environment. So we see an interesting activities, and obviously the highlight, I would say, of the year for us on top of the orders was the ACJ220, which was, due to the circumstances, a digital launch, but at the same time a great event because it forced us to go into new territories, using digitals, and as a result, I think it was quite great. I mean, if I remember, I think 2 months after the launch of the product, we have a statistic that show that we touched 73 million people. That's the equivalent of the population of Italy. Just, I think this is almost something we don't have very often in ACJ. So we're very delighted to have that.
And if just 10% of those buy jets,
or even 0.1 will be happy with this. No, we still understand we're touching a lot of people with the digital tools now, but obviously our market is niche here, but obviously the purpose is to touch more people, especially with the product.
And the 220, which you launched last year, is the same price as an ultra long range large cabin aircraft.
That's a breaking news, Al, and you're right, and thank you for pointing it out here. I guess, I mean, all the ACJ220 get all the attributes of the ACJ, so we got unbeatable space, economics, we got intercontinental range, This is the same for all the ExecuJet product, but the one difference with this product, and the two difference I would say, but the major one is the price. Our asking price is exactly equivalent to the Global 7500, Gulfstream 700, or the 10X. So ultra long range is really do not have to justify anymore a delta differences. You will get your money back with the residual value, with all the economics here. But still, this one, there's this one less battle we have to fight to explain. This is something you should consider. The other elements of this product is the cabin. All right, usually we come with a green aircraft, the possibility eventually to design the cabin with our teams here. But this one comes with the signature flexible cabin catalog, and which has been designed by our Airbus team here. So we got a comfortable aircraft, a signature cabin catalog, and a price which is similar to the ultra long range aircraft. And that is opening new territories for Airbus and new prospects, obviously.
So one of the big themes we've had so far in the first 4 hours has been new customers, new concept buyers, people who haven't owned before. The 220 is probably an easier aircraft to start with before moving on to the other ACJs. Are you seeing concept buyers?
We don't see that much of concept buyers, but we do see people that are appealed by the value proposition we put on the table. We are obviously taking the time to educate the industry players because we are not expecting in this territory, and it takes time for the people to get the message across, but eventually it does come across. And I have to say, the recent launch of the 10X have given another acceleration to our communication, because people are now comparing the jet and they're putting in the same category. And what we see is, since we're going to spend this amount of money, why don't I look for the space I'm going to use all the time rather than the range that I'm going to use once a year, twice a year, or even only every 2 years here. So clearly, the people that are looking after large business jet, they're looking at that as a possibility here. And that's for us what is new. Because the concept, if you wish, is not so new. We have the senior cabin. What is new is the value proposition. No other jet offer this cabin space, this unbeatable economics, this range for this price here. That is what attracts people here. But you need to take the time to explain all these elements for the people to feel confident about it, because it's new.
One of the things I remember discussing with you last year was opportunities to use ACJs for corporate shuttles, for tourism, going to exclusive resorts and the charter market. Have you seen much interest in that?
We've seen a demand here and there, especially on the large domestic markets in the US, specifically China. We have some discussions. There was few differences here, but that's really not the major request here. The 220 with its cabin is more designed towards corporations or private individuals who want to fly this aircraft. So we have not. We have been concentrating our efforts today on this 220 cabin, which is slightly different from the concept you're talking about here. Yet we have some requests, and we're more than happy to address them here to see whether that's going to take off here. We're confident that that's going to be a model that will be interesting, and will be continue to explore.
Going back, so the 220 you announced in October last year. When's the first delivery?
Well, if I show you the schedule here, if you could put up the slide, we expect to have the first flight at the end of this year. We're going to have the start of the cabin installation of the first aircraft, and then we hope to be entering into service, I would say, end 22, early 2023. So it become a reality here. And I'm talking to our program people. We're very much on time. We hold the agenda here, and everything is delivering on time. And I would say what is interesting as well is to see that we have the first section which has arrived in Mirabel in Quebec. You probably have seen the news that was issued 2 weeks ago. So if you go. Sorry, I'm going through the slide quickly here. This is a reality. This is a real picture here, not a photo montage. We have it become absolutely real, feasible. You can touch the aircraft.
And for people who missed the launch of the ACJ 220, and it was on a tiny bit of your slide there. One interesting thing about this program is you've selected Comlux to create the first 15 interiors, haven't you?
Yes, Comlux is our exclusive. Comlux is a very special customer. First of all, with this long history with Airbus, we're very happy to work with them. They know the product inside out. All the aircraft from 318, 19, 20, 21, 330. They're very familiar with the product, but they have a special role in this program in the sense that they not only the launch customer, so they believe so much in the product that they decide to order two of these two units, and actually the first aircraft is for Comlux. And on top of that, we decided to work with them as an outfitting partner. For us to be able to bring this very aggressive price on the market, we need to have somebody who's willing to partner with us and willing to commit to a certain level of quantity. That's why Comlux is our exclusive outfitting partner for the first 15 cabins in this program, and they've developed a lot of tools to support the promotion and the commercialization of this aircraft. So if you go now to Indianapolis, for example, you would see a beautiful hangar with ACJ 220 name all across the hangar. So that's the best advertising we can have.
For people flying through Indianapolis.
Yes.
Paul van der Blom just wanted to check, who I know you know very well, wanted to check what's the estimated outfitted first ACJ 220 first delivery.
As I mentioned earlier, we hope to be able to fly early 23 with the first ACJ 220.
And its first delivery, we're talking 24?
No, it's flying in 23.
To full customer, fully outfitted?
Yes.
Sorry.
And that's going to be the Comlux one. We'll be flying with this aircraft early 2023. Now, the next customer will come and talk to me, and we'll see what we can do for you.
Always be closing. We've talked a lot about innovation recently. It's a very hot topic going on in business aviation. What's Airbus Corporate Jets focusing on at the moment?
Well, there is different level of innovation that Airbus is working on here. I mean, if I start from maybe a small one, but I think it's key. It's innovation we put on a cabin. The 220 is a perfect example here. But let me talk, for example, of the last announcement we made not long ago by launching the first Li-Fi monitor available, that will be certified within the ACJ product with our partner Lateco Air here. So it's just a TV screen, you would say, but it's a Li-Fi monitor. What it brings is that the fact you don't have the infrastructure of all the equipments behind it. So it's going to help on the maintenance. It's going to help on the weight of the equipment, but also it's going to be future-proof product, because you're not going to have to replace all the wires to connect everything behind that. You'll be able to use the lights to be able to give instructions or receive the instruction for this equipment. That's going to help. And this is clearly something that we're putting together with a 220, along with all the developments that we see. If you look at the 220 cabin, for example, you get all the latest and the greatest innovation you can find. Electrochromatic windows, OLED lightings here, clear filtration for the air. All those innovations that everybody's looking for is available on the ACJ, including this one. And I think we have an exclusivity with the first one to launch this technology here, on top of being big and wide.
And for people who don't know the term, what exactly is Li-Fi?
It's light Wi-Fi wire. Is wire with lighting here. So you send the data with the lights. We just need a receiver in a TV screen, and it comes from your lights here. So you just have to connect your light circuit with a modem, and you'll be able to receive the data directly.
Going forward, do you think there's appetite for traditional ACJ aircraft to have more standardized cabins like the 220?
The people looking for the 319 and 320s are slightly different customer profile that we have for the 220. Okay, there's a certain category of people that would want to have the fully customized cabins here, and that's what we're offering with the 320 Neo program here. The budget is slightly higher. We are in $100 million range or something around that here. But those people willing to spend that amount of money want to have their really homemade, customized, tailor cabins here. So at the same time, we are able to offer you both. So we can we can use the concept of we develop on different systems and adapt it to the other programs. But again, our understanding of the market is that the people are looking for a business jet are slightly different from the one that are looking for a biz liner here in terms of cabin demands here. But the good thing about ACJ, we can offer you both.
Today's all about global, bringing the industry together. I think I first met you when you were in Asia. I'm certain I did. What do you are you seeing different? Are you seeing what David Dixon called a world of two halves, where you've got Europe and the US booming, Europe to a lesser extent, and the rest of the world having a tougher time?
Not really. If you look at when we have 2021, for example, achievement, we have just registered our newest order. So this is 16 now ACJ Neo that has been ordered. We have delivered. We're going to deliver our 10th ACJ Neo, and this one going to the east side of the world. And the third, the 350 as well, has been delivered. And this is spread across the world here. So this is true to say that we have a very active market on the ACJ 220 in the US side at the moment, I guess. And it's true that the US side is far more active. But if you look at it, it's not specific to ACJ. I mean, the entire industry is more active at the moment in the US. It's a little bit more quiet in the east side, but I'm telling you that all my colleagues around the world are very active to talk about different industry players here. So at the moment it's quieter, but I'm sure that's going to change very quickly here.
And another big trend which we've got coming this afternoon is sustainability, which is something that Airbus talks about a lot. Do you want to take us through what ACJ's working on there?
Well, sustainability has different angles about it. Okay, we talk about the SAF, which is, the key message or some key activities that we have at the moment on the business aviation industry. Airbus is quite strong already because all our aircraft can receive a 50% the SAF. This is not the slide here. That's another one about sustainability. But the SAF is something which is already active, and we're pushing for it. And obviously, Airbus is already moving to the next one, which is a zero E concept here. We have Airbus announced a plan for having a hydrogen propulsion aircraft by 2035, and obviously ACJ is involved into the Airbus developments, and we plan to be part of it. So being with Airbus, with ACJ, is being part of this zero emission kind of activities. On the short term with the SAF, our aircraft is 50% SAF capable. We are working to make it 100% compatible. And we will be pushing to the zero E, which I guess we are the only manufacturer pushing to this solution at the moment here. The other aspect I would say about sustainability that we work on as well here, and again as a pioneer, is working on the fly-by-data concept. Fly-by-wire was the Airbus invention. When we started with the 320 program, everybody now is fly-by-wire. Okay, tens of years later, I have to say. Now I think Airbus is innovating again and in putting forward the fly-by-data concept by creating the capability to capture all information parameters on each flight, put that together in a lake, work on algorithm, and then eventually see how we can optimize the flight performance, the flight maintenance, killing the AOGs, and doing some predictive maintenance. I think for me, that's the next revolution in aviation that will have a huge impact on cost, on sustainability, in the sense that we're going to be able to use far more efficiently the assets and use less fuel to fly. And that is something that really is going to change. And this is available historically on the A320 program, the Neo, but also on the 220 here.
Okay, we've got a question from an anonymous user. Are any ACJ 220s coming into the charter market?
Well, again, Comlux has been the launch customer. We have first aircraft. They're doing charter. So I think we need to see whether they plan to use this aircraft for charter. I would think so, and I hope so. But for them to say exactly how they want to use the aircraft.
And the same person's asking, is there an official list price of the aircraft?
Come and talk to me.
Okay, Jean, that's perfect. I think we've covered a huge area. What's your final piece of advice for someone choosing a new $70 million, $65 million aircraft at the moment?
I mean, long story short, because I can talk for a long time, make an informed decision. All right. Usually people tend to be brainwashed by some numbers. They're not looking at all the details here. But if you look at the numbers properly, you will see that eventually we have a very strong advantage with ACJ. I mean, I just pop up here on the screen the economics we're talking about. We've done about 500 presentations around the world about the ACJ 220 to other prospects or industry players. That slide, for example, shocked seasoned people from the industry, people that are managing aircraft for years and years. And every time we put that on the screen, it become a shock. So they have a hard time to believe it, but when we take the time to go through it, to explain it, it makes sense. And everybody tends to say, well, that makes sense. This is normal. This is real. When you have the similar fuel burn than the competition, and then you benefit from the reliability and the footprint of Airbus, obviously your maintenance costs, your crew expense costs going to go down. All right. And as a result, you may have a same size aircraft, but up to three times bigger cabin. You're going to have a third less key operating cost drivers. And for that, you need to go beyond the mispreconceived ideas. You need to look at the numbers. You need to analyze properly. And then you realize the value you get on the aircraft. And this is something that really people need to do.
Okay, so that's in 8 months since you launched. You've done 500 presentations. You're never going to get around all of the 73 million people who watched your launch.
No, it's going to take some time. And just to be clear, I'm just a team member here. That's obviously my great sales team around the world that is doing the job here, which is spread in every continent that we're doing this.
Brilliant.
But we're more than welcome to take a presentation to whoever is interested to learn more about this product, because again, it's a very interesting value proposition.
Jean, merci beaucoup. Thank you so much.
Un vrai plaisir, Alasdair. À très bientôt.
Thanks so much to Jean. Thank you to everyone who's joined us for this morning. Just to remind you, if you'd like to network, you need to go to the network, leave here the live stream and go to the networking lounge. We'll be back in 10-15 minutes with the afternoon session, which you don't want to miss. Thanks so much to all our sponsors, and see you soon.